And we're go, I think. I feel like it's been ages since I've streamed, but it's only been like 6 weeks because that was the last time I did one. It was another one of these. Another special program. I meant to stream before the next special program, and then life just got away from me again. Who's surprised? Not me. Hi, guys. How's it going? Hello, hello. Yeah. Sorry for the black screen. It's it is the Luna thing. I just I had it on pause and then I forgot. Yeah. Everyone's settling in, everyone doing good. You enjoying the quest lines and stuff so far? You forgot you had this tab open and got scared? Yeah, sorry about that. It shouldn't autoplay, should it? That's weird. Is everyone here to watch instead of sleep? I mean, I guess it would depend on your time zone. It's only 6 p.m. for me, so I'm assuming that the people who are foregoing sleep are 6 hours ahead of me. Across the ocean! Because there's no land in that direction for a long ways. Oh, the commercial auto. Oh, and you get an ad first. I see how it is. I see how it is. Yeah, it should be like 3 p.m. on the West Coast. It's 6 p.m. on the East Coast. It'll be midnight in Europe. Early morning in Asia. But I figured it's kind of fine. It's a weekend at least. It should be the weekend for everyone regardless. So hopefully it won't impact y'all too much. All right, we got a lot to talk about, I guess. Just as a heads up, I don't think I'm gonna talk much about Millastra Wonderland. I'll talk a little bit about it, but I don't have a lot of interest in that game mode, personally. I have a lot of thoughts about it from like a business perspective, but not really like from a lore perspective. Like I know there's some Hex and Circle stuff associated with it, so we'll talk a little bit about that. But beyond that, I'm probably not gonna put much into that game mode, all that much. Yeah. Preg Moonsea is great. Preg Moonsea? All right, no one's allowed to blame me for that one. That's somebody else's brainchild, not mine. That's not me. That is not me. Mm-mm. I'm gonna turn this down just a little bit because it's actually really loud. It's actually really loud for me too. How is it so loud at volume 4? Crazy. All right, cool. So it looks like Hoyo decided to just throw every loose plot point and thread at us all at once. So we'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, a couple of things. We're probably gonna pause a lot and go shot by shot of this trailer before we kind of like dig into some other stuff, because I think I have something to say about most of these shots, and I kind of want to go through those first, and then go from there. Also, I am going to continue to call it 6.0, 6.1, because I think Luna 1 and Luna 2 is incredibly confusing. So if you hear me say 6.0 and that kind of stuff, I am referring to like this past patch or like the current one, and then 6.1 is Luna 2. Because like I don't like going into a .1 patch, but it's called 2. That drives me crazy. So I'm just sticking with the numbering thing. Yeah, that's just my personal preference. You're gonna see my videos labeled that way. So if you hear me say that, know that that's what I'm referring to. I'm not talking about like a future Snezhnaya or whatever. That will be 7, unless they decide to do this again for some reason. Can you imagine having another year of like a type of Nod Cry where they do like another region out of nowhere? I don't think they will, but maybe we will talk about why they're doing that, because I actually think I've figured out the real reason why they're doing Nod Cry. We'll talk about that later. I don't actually think it has anything to do with lore. I think that's I almost think that is a little bit of a misnomer. Anyway. Noxes, thank you for the super. DURIN doesn't have a childish voice and he is wearing pants. We've won. Also, DESHRET lore in 2025 is crazy. Somehow he always finds a way to stay relevant. And it's really funny. It's really funny. I am also very excited. I really like DURIN's full design. I'm very happy about his pants. Usually young male characters get the super big baggy pants or they get shorts. So very excited for that. Although it would be really nice if they'd updated Albedo's model, please. That'd be cool. Yeah. Levi, why are you whining, buddy? What's the matter? Well, he's just sitting here with his butt, like, posted right up against my chair. He's just like, here, mother, scratch my butt. Scratch my butt, mother. I will sit here and cry until my butt has been scratched. Like, oh, you are such a brat. You are such a brat. Right. Okay. This opening shot I got really distracted by, not because of what's in it, but because of what Colombina's saying here. I might have to go and dig through some clips to kind of show you why I'm about to make this thing. I've been, now that we know that the moons are a dragon thing, right? Now that we know that, I think this line here, from the moment I was born and the world itself has been steadily sapping away at my strength, is really interesting because closed captions can be moved. Yeah, you can put them anywhere. There's like a whole setting where you can like adjust colors and font sizes and all sorts of stuff. It's pretty customizable. Yeah, you'll see me do that. Yeah, so this whole thing about it sapping away her strength and stuff, I thought this was really interesting because dragons in Chinese mythology are like manifestations of nature itself, right? Right? So when we talk about stuff like the holy soil phenomenon and stuff like that, and how like making the soil phlogiston rich in Natlan made the holy soil phenomenon, and how that made it really hard for humans to exist because it made it really difficult for them to cultivate the land, but it actually was like really beneficial for the dragons. I was thinking about that and I was like, that sounds a lot like Lilupar, actually. Hold on. Let me pop Dane open here. Oh, that sounds weird out of context, doesn't it? Dane is my backup footage drive. There's something I wanted to show you guys in here. Something I wanted to kind of like go over. Let me make sure you can actually see this. Hold on. Can you guys see? Oh yeah, you can. Okay, I'll make it big. I'll make it big. Don't worry. I'll make it big and I'll mute this because I don't want to shush. So this was what I was thinking when Colombina started talking about that, because if you guys remember this quest, Lilupar is a Jin. A Jin was born of a Seelie, and Seelies are related to the moon and were likely born of the moon. So when Lilupar is sleeping, when she is unconscious, life around her flourishes. When she wakes up, the life gets sapped away, right? You don't remember this world quest? No. What is that, team? Oh, don't ask questions. Anyway, this was the Dirge of Bilqis quest in the desert. So when you go and you find Lilupar's fragments throughout the land, like as you go and collect them for the rest of the quest, what you find is that let's see if I have one that's easy to get. Oh, here's one. Here we go. So here's one of her fragments, right? When you go up to this fragment, you'll see like everything around it is lush, it's green, it's pretty. And then as soon as you obtain it and she wakes up and it gets absorbed into her, the whole area withers. So when Colombina comes out and says, from the moment I was born, the world itself has been steadily sapping away at her strength, she's awake. And if she is a draconic creation, and dragons are like manifestations of nature, then nature is basically like trying to eat her, so to speak. Because it almost feels like she'd be the life force that the world runs on. Does that make sense? Like how in Natlan, you know, the phlogiston. I don't know how else to really like explain it, but it feels like the dragons themselves are like parts of the world made manifest, and as they sort of wake up and become their own sentient entities, the world itself dies a little. Does that make sense? So she's death? No, she's not death. It's the opposite. She is nature incarnate. So she's switching between two forms. She's switching between a form that manifests as nature in the world, and then she's can switch into like an awake form where she is sentient and her own person. And when she's her own person, all of her power becomes hers and not part of the world. Does that make sense? Uh, hmm. I see we're having a hard time, man. Think of it this way. All right. If you were if you had a river, right? A big river that's full of like pure crystalline water and fish and everything else. And there was a spirit that belonged to that river. Like that river was, in this case, we'll just call him Nuvolet. Okay? This river is also known as the guardian dragon Nuvolet. When Nuvolet is the river, he's the water that flows through the riverbanks, and he's nourishing all the land, and everything's green and everything like that. If he wakes up and takes dragon form, all of that energy and material that is forming the river has to condense into the body that is the spirit that's woken up. So when the spirit is awake and moving and like sentient as like its own organism, the river no longer flows because there's no water in it because the water's making up the body of the spirit. Does that make sense? That's what I'm saying. To me, looking at the moons feel like in the same way that they're draconic creations, right? They should be manifestations of nature as they were parts of the earth that Nibelung raised into the sky. So they were originally part of the earth that he removed from the earth and kind of gave their own shapes and sentience to. And then now that Colombina is stuck back on the earth, it's like trying to reabsorb her back into it because it's trying to nourish itself. That's kind of how I think about it. Goodness. My tea went down the wrong pipe. You mean energy leaving literally? Yeah. Like energy and matter leaving literally. You could also think of it as like how farmers can strip certain nutrients from the soil and it makes it completely barren. It's similar. So like over time, for example, corn saps a lot of nitrogen out of the soil and it will ruin the soil and make it go barren. So all that nitrogen gets pulled up into the corn stalks. Then if you put the corn stalks back into the ground, the nitrogen gets released back into the ground and it can become a little bit more fertile again. That's an oversimplification of field science, which we're definitely not going to go into, but you get the idea. So that's kind of what I'm thinking here. But I just find that fascinating because it also brings up the question of if Seelies and moons and dragons and all that kind of stuff are interconnected, as in dragons made moons and Seelies, or sorry, the moons made Seelies and Seelies made the Jin, why are all of them human-shaped? And I personally think it's because Nibelung made them in the image of the Voyager. That is my current hypothesis. I saw someone ask if I like Genshin lore versus HSR lore more. I think Genshin lore is better. Well, that's not entirely true. I think they're both the same quality, but preference-wise, I prefer Genshin lore because it feels like the stakes matter a little bit more. Because when you have a bunch of different planets all over the place, it's really hard to care about everything all at once. But that's just me, just my personal take. There we go. Okay. It's just like when the scope becomes too big, it's just too hard to care about everything. I think with Genshin, things are like about as big as they can get before I just won't want to care as much, if that makes sense. So, what do I think about Nod Cry so far? We'll talk about it at the end. Let's go through the stream first. Let's go through the stream first, and then we can talk about my thoughts on Nod Cry. I have a split opinion and a hot take. And we know how much people love hot takes these days. You think Genshin's lore is connected to HSRs? Okay, I'll tell you what. I think thematically, yes. I think literally, I think it's possible that you could see Teyvat as a planet in HSR's universe. I could see that. But I will say, I got so jump scared at this shot here. We'll come back to this in a bit. I got so jump scared here because, like, this back silhouette and the coloring and the outfit and everything looks so much like Welt Yang. Welt Yang is a character from Honkai Impact 3rd, but he is one of the few characters to like be directly migrated from Honkai Impact 3rd into Honkai Star Rail. And so when I saw this, I was like, what's going on? They're not actually going to put him here, are they? It's not him. It's not him, but boy, does it look like him at first glance. Just kind of freaked me out. Even the voice kind of sounded like, well, it's going to be funny if it is, though. No, we'll talk about him in a minute. We'll come back to that. Who is the dragon human from Natlan? I don't quite know what you mean by that, but the dragon sovereign in Natlan was Shuicoatl. He wasn't reborn as a human, but I mean, his brother, you know, Kukulkan Khan was able to take human form if he wanted to. So we cannot hear that. I know. I didn't intend for you to hear that. It becomes too loud and stuff, and then it gets annoying, and I don't want to. Anyway. You think it's an inspired design? Oh, let's see if you still say that when we get there. So I'm also curious to know where we're going. Because, like, these statues are like Enkanomiya statues, so we're either underground or we're somewhere that's not Nod Cry. I'm wondering if this is almost like a vision of hers. Let's talk about Thelindis. Yeah, I mean, we'll get there. Just based on the placement, yeah, you guys are right. This is likely the iridescent moon. I am partial to the idea that Thelindis is another name for the iridescent moon.
Was this truly what you wished for?
So we'll see. We'll see. As for the wish, I'm not quite sure about that either. I do wonder if she's just asking about like the destruction and everything, or if the iridescent moon actually wanted revenge and tried to have a bunch of people get revenge on its behalf. It'll be interesting to see. I'm not quite sure how they're going to reconcile like the Crimson Moon-ish plotline with Reier the Moon Hunter at the same time. Looks like Tunigi Hollow a little bit. But it is interesting that, like, when it comes to the moons, everything sort of like pulls upwards towards them. Like everything's trying to reach the moons. Is the iridescent moon a person that became the moon? I don't think so. So did you? I hope you guys have done the Heesi Island world quest. I hope you guys have done the Heesi Island world quest. Hold on. Give Dane a minute. He's a little slow. He's a spinning drive. He's not a solid state. So it takes a minute to warm up. I named him appropriately, okay. Okay, so the Heesi Island quest. So, from what I can gather, the moons themselves appear to be computers of sorts, like biological computer, magic computer type things. All right, they seem to be like that. Now, let's see. So with that in mind, this is the place where Colombina was born. And it's inside that giant pillar. And on the top of that giant pillar is basically like a vinyl record carved with phlogiston that dragon sovereigns like Shwi can get access to. So what happened, as far as I can tell, is that when the frost moon shattered, this pillar must have been a piece of it or some sort of aspect of the frost moon, some part of it. And it fell to Heesi Island. And after thousands of years, it booted up again unexpectedly and 3D printed a new avatar of the moon. So the way I see it, the moons themselves are like computer systems that require a sort of avatar in order to operate, or they require an operator, or like some sort of AI co-pilot, like a Siri or something like that. And if it doesn't have one, it will just spin up a new one. And in that context, if we look at like Nahida and Rukkhadevata and Irminsul, it feels like a similar relationship, right? Like Nahida is not Irminsul, Rukkhadevata is not Irminsul, but they were born from Irminsul's branches the same way that Colombina was born of this sacred tree that is inside of this pillar that came from the frost moon. Is Colombina like Clippy? Yes. Colombina is Clippy. You heard it here first, folks. So What? What do you want? You want to go outside? Is that what you want? Is that what you want, Lily? Oh, okay. Give me like a few seconds. I gotta toss him outside. He just came over and like grunted at me. Hold on. Levi is a bit like a cat. He likes to go in and out and in and out of the house all day, like every 15 minutes. It's really annoying. Sometimes we'll stay outside all day, but not Levi. Levi's got to be in and out all day, every day. Anyway, Levi's my dog, in case you guys don't know. How do you explain the one that sang to her the lullaby? Who could it be? It could be the previous frost moon. It could be part of the programming. It could be the moon itself, you know? It could just be... all right, I saw something... I saw something earlier today that it's not quite relevant to this conversation directly, but it does remind me of a possibility. So stick with me for a second. Here's the thing. So you know how there's this section in Wanderer's trailer where there's like the past him and then future him just kind of like phases in and they sort of intersect for a bit. I kind of see the whole Colombina lullaby thing as something like this. You see what I mean? Oh, I missed a super. I'm sorry. I'll come back to you in a second, I promise. Yuld, thank you for the super. With how everything is in Colombina not remembering her past, do you think she'll have a demon name or no? Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so. Somebody else mentioned this already, but she's not part of like the current Heavenly Principles system, so I don't think she'll have a demon name. I think it's possible that her predecessor could have a demon name, but it really depends on how the Heavenly Principles uses the power of names. I would assume, this is an assumption, it is not stated anywhere, but I would assume that the Heavenly Principles is acting a little bit like Solomon, since a lot of the demons and gods in this game are named after, you know, demons from the Ars Goetia, which is the lesser key of Solomon. I would assume that due to that, they would have given the moon's demon names in order to control them and make them submit. I would assume that. But because Colombina is not the last frost moon, she's a new one, I don't necessarily know that she'll have a demon name. You know what I mean? Anyway, that's kind of where I'm at with that one. But we'll see. I'm sorry. I missed a super and I didn't mean to and I apologize. James Wig, thank you for the super. I wonder hope if Hoyoverse will show us snippets of Conria. I think they have been. Like low-key. Like if this really is the Crimson Moon, like the real one, then this is Conria. Also, we have seen a snippet of Conria. In YouTube and your stupid layouts. Which one is it? It's not this one. It's not this one. It was like the preview of it. Where's the preview of it? Oh no, it would have been in this one, wouldn't it? Stop. It would have been in this one because we have Renova here. I went a bit too far. Right. Okay. So right here, this should be Conria. Right? Like we've already seen this. Because this is Renova when she was destroying Conria here. So this should be Conria. Because this is also where Piero is. So like she's in the process of destroying everything right here. Whoops. I clicked the wrong button. So could Colombina be considered a branch of the moon similar to Nahida and the Irminsul tree? Yes. And this is another reason why I say the moons might be biological computers of sorts, like magic computers, not like actual literal computers with circuitry and everything, but like in the same way that like in the same way that come on, Dane. You can do it, buddy. You can do it. You got this, old man. You got this. All right. In the same way that this inside of Irminsul literally looks like a giant circuit board and it's covered in circuitry pattern. If I can get a good shot of it, that'd be great. I'd love that. Yeah, like in the same way, you see how Irminsul has all of these, I'm pointing at my screen like you guys can see my hands. How it has like the circuit board patterns and stuff like that. And how it has nodes and everything else, right? Um, in the same way that Irminsul is very computer-like and Hida is basically like the interface for it, right? Like she's the haptic devices. She's the mouse, the keyboard, and the monitor. Like she can interact with the tower that is like the hard drive and the RAM and everything else, like the processor, all of it. She can interact with that. Irminsul is like the tower. Nahida is like the mouse and the keyboard and the monitor. So, like, following the same logic, then the moons should be much like Irminsul in that they're like the tower for a desktop computer. And then the moon sisters or the goddesses should be the haptic devices. So, like the mouse, the keyboard, the controller, microphone, webcam, all that kind of stuff. You get the idea. We are 18 seconds into this trailer. Why does Dotori have that pattern on the wings? Because he understands the underlying principles of the world. That's why. Once you start looking for that pattern, you start to see it in way more places than you would have expected. If the Moon Sisters are an AI, then Fanes could be a pro hacker to betray the dragons. I mean, like, yeah, it could be, technically. But, like, I don't think they're, like, a traditional AI in that sense. Like, I think we all forget that Shriekwaddle made 13 AI dragon sovereigns and then also Kukulkan and some princes and stuff like that. But and they were considered separate from the Saurians and other types of dragons. So there's like lots of different types of dragons. And to me, I really think that the science-y, computery, technological aspect of things is supposed to sort of not literally be circuitry, but to be quote unquote spiritual circuitry and show like spiritual mechanisms. And so when we see that Shriekwaddle made 13 Dragon Sovereign AIs, they may not actually be real computer AIs because they're running on like biological processes. They're running on, you know, a magical energy source. Basically, they're basically spiritual entities, right? So he basically created a bunch of light spirits, but it's easier to conceptualize for us if we think of them as like 13 AIs. Could Silverwolf hack Irminsul? I don't know. It's a good question. It's probably not a good idea. I mean, she's quantum. And if quantum is abyss related in Genshin, then Irminsul doesn't like the abyss. So we probably shouldn't do that. How does Fleistan relate to Kuvaki? You guys are asking all of these crazy moves. Isn't this magenta and not crimson? Yes, it is. It is indeed magenta and not crimson. We're not going to think about that too hard. Mostly because I don't want to think about that. I mean, how would you like it if I said, "Oh, magenta moon"? It doesn't quite have the same ring to it. It needs to be a crimson moon because it's drenched in blood. My blood is pink, apparently. The interesting thing about this too is like even if we go back to the Jin, like I was talking about earlier with Lilupar and stuff, like even if we go back that far, remember that like Ferrages. Let's see if this will pop up here. Why did they not make it blood red? Because it's not that interesting. This is not the right clip. Sorry. It's definitely not the right clip. Ferrages, where are you? Oh, I think it's this one. I think it's just like a misguided. Oh, no. It's one before this one. Hold on. This one. Yes, it. Yeah, okay. So, like, even the Jin would possess mechanical objects, right? Like, all throughout the desert, the Jin powered mechanisms. Like, even the pyramid attacking. Oh my god, what do you call those? I call them DESHRET's Triforce because they're a fighting force and they're triangular. But even those, like even those were originally possessed by Jin or fragments of Jin. So like it's really like an interconnected magic-y kind of stuff. Azimon too, yeah. Yeah, the Doritos. Yeah, okay. Fine. You guys want to call it Doritos, I'll call it the Triforce. Well, I'll be happy. Ben, actually, to your point, could be a Jin inside of that little robot. A Jin that just really happens to like Jet. Like to that end, right? Someone's asking if the Jin are a kind of Fey, and I would argue yes. I would argue yes, but the Jin are specifically born of Nabu Malikata, like specifically. So the Jin are the descendants of a single Seelie. So if you follow that logic, then the Snowland Fae, like Flynn's and stuff like that, they could be the descendant of, I don't know, some Seelie that's found up north. Like they could be like Jin, but like not born of Nabu Malikata, but born of someone else. Very easily, very easily. Is Nefer using modified Akasha technology or something similar? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so.
We finally got a clear look at his face.
There we go. I wanted to look at that one shot before we go. Yeah, so I was looking at this. And the reason why I was thinking that the iridescent moon that we're looking at here is also the same as the crimson moon that was in Conria is because the architecture in this shot, especially these windows over here, or well, not these windows, but like these little wall decorations, are quite similar to the ones that we see here in Conria. Like the structures are fairly similar. So I think it would make sense. It's not like a one-to-one. Like this could just be like straight up more Enka-like. But even Dane said in the Chasm quest that like that sort of architecture was quite similar to Conria's. So for all we know, they did have unified civilization buildings with some modifications since they would have had like, their own branch and a period of time in which they would have sort of customized it into their own thing. The arch is similar to the designs too. Yeah. I mean, like there's so much similarities between the Conrian architecture and the stuff that we see in Enkanomiya that like it's really hard to differentiate it without like getting up close and looking at the original carvings and whatnot. But like I think it's possible. And then this lighting just makes me think it's more like that. That said, part of me wonders if this scene isn't really worth talking too much about because I feel like this might be part of Flynn's, like a Flynn story. But then I was reminded that we're not doing story quests for Flynn's and Lauma because they technically got them in the Archon quest and then also the meeting points. So this can't be Flynn's thing. Like normally this is where they would put that. You know what I mean? A world quest maybe? I don't think so. I don't think it's a world quest for two reasons. One, these outfits of these two characters are quite similar to Deirdre. Sorry. You remember Deirdre from what's his face? So these outfits are likely Conrian.
I want you to kill him.
You guys think this is Reier? Oh, it's Reirer's backstory before he beats death. Yeah, I mean that would make sense since they say later on that Reirer's obsession is the same, is the source of his strength and his greatest weakness. So I wonder if Colombina will help us get a look into Reirer's history, since she can use the moon marrow to do that, right?
You would never suspect.
Hair is a little bit dark, but I'm sorry, I have the sniffles. I'm not sick, I just it's just very dry and dusty. Very dry and dusty, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was Reier, or at least connected to him, like the source of his obsession. Especially since like that carries into this. I know they usually make very misleading trailers, but again, we only have 2 Archon quests this time. Like there are no story quests or anything being added besides like a Nefer meeting point, and that's definitely not this. So like it can't be too misleading. Yeah, we'll get to you in a second. There's a reason I'm skipping ahead a bit. Well, we'll come back to that too. Yeah, so another reason why I'm looking at Conrian architecture and Enkanomiya architecture as being very similar, actually it does have to do with this guy. Because this guy could very well be Reier. I know he's got brown hair and everything, and I know I got jump scared and thought he was Welt at first, and I mean like it still looks like that. It really does. But like yeah, exactly. The hairstyle is a perfect match. It's just white. Like Reirer's hair just went white after he died and came back. So it did. That's kind of why it would make sense if that scene back here with the little kid is tied to Reirer's obsession. And since he's the hunter of the moons, and he's quite literally hunting down a moon in this Archon quest, then his backstory and his obsession is going to tell us more about why he's hunting down the moons. So that'll be interesting. And now I'm wondering if we'll actually get maybe not more 3D models for the other sinners, but maybe we'll get some like 2D scenes so that we can see more than just Ryandaughtr. Because like, do we count that we've seen Sertology? Because like, yeah, we've seen him in his like armored version, but we haven't really seen his human form. Does that mean Reier as well? Oh, right, this was what I wanted to talk about. Okay, hold on. Before we continue. That is actually what I wanted to talk about. Hold on. This is really funny to me. Come on, go back. The voices are a little similar. They're not super similar, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Oh my god, I can't see my keyboard. What am I doing? Okay. So this is Welt from Honkai Star Rail. This is Welt from Honkai Impact. They're the same person, just at 2 different points in life. Very consistent color palette, and all of the above, right? Like this is basically Welt from the comics. You get the idea. He's supposed to be a pretty chill old man for the most part. However, there was a version of Welt's in the early days of Hoyo that looked like this. which is a lot more emo and a lot more edgy. That would fit Reier a bit more. A missing arm. Yeah, that too. Yeah. So this isn't Welt Yang. This guy's name is just Welt. So there's technically 3 Welts. There is Welt Yang, there's Welt Joyce, and then there's this Welt, just Welt. So Welt Joyce looks a bit like that as well. He's been reborn as a little kid here, but he basically looked like this when he was alive, before he passed on his authority to Welt Yang. And then a clone of him was made, and now Welt Yang takes care of him as if it was his kid. So, yeah. So we've got Welt Yang, who is technically the youngest, but also the oldest. And then we've got Welt Joyce, who is technically the oldest, but also the youngest. And then there's just Welt from an entirely different iteration, who's just kind of emo and stuff. Anyway, so it's not. It would be a bit unexpected, I think, if they did that, if they made him Welt-ish, but it's not out of the question. Welt Yang is like 80 years old. Yeah, I know. He's the last in the line. Like, he's the most recent Welt, but he's also the oldest. So he's like technically the youngest and I don't know. He's funny. Lots of Welts indeed. Anyway, he had a bit of an edgy phase that never ended. Also worth noting, one of Welt's most notable features, Welt Yang specifically, is the fact that he has one little part of his hair that is always white. Little white streak in his hair. Now, someone pointed out, someone pointed out that Child actually has something similar. After going to the Abyss, he presumably got this white streak in his hair as well. So the idea is that he has, like, if interacting with the Abyss can, like, bleach out your hair. I think it's more about dying than just being exposed to the Abyss, but I don't know, worth keeping in mind, I guess. Where's his glasses? He can't see well without his glasses. I mean, this one only has one eye, you know. Does Reier have a bunch of references to Odin? Not that I know of. I don't think he has much of any. Kaya has it too. Yeah, Kaya has it. Wanderer has it. Raiden has it, you know. It could be something. It could be nothing. Really hard to say. Anyway, I've missed some supers while I was working around. Sora, thank you for the super. If you guys realize, the Sampo Mill is actually a Hadron Collider made by Hyperborea, and I believe the possession is currently in Kuvaki Experimental Bureau. It could be. I would be surprised if it was. I would be surprised if it was. Generally, the stuff that's in the world quests isn't immediately relevant in an Archon quest. So given that the Design Bureau is pretty relevant in the Archon quests and like the stuff that Cinderone is doing in there and whatever, I don't think it's, if it is in there, I don't think it's going to be a big deal. It might be something like they've built something that's based off of that Sampo Mill. You know what I mean? But I don't think it will actually be there. It would be very out of character for Hoyo to do that. Very out of character. Super out of character. Corey texting. Thanks for the super. Do you think the iridescent moon got the curse? What curse? You mean the curse of immortality? That would be quite strange. I don't think the moons can actually die, technically. I think dying for them is quite different than like dying for a regular person, like a mortal person. Am I aware that Gold's voice is in the trailer? I mean, isn't this literally her voice? She's the one asking this, right? Like this belongs to her, right? Put that right over her little chess piece. You've been on the waiting for stream to start screen for 40 minutes. Did you refresh the page? I mean, I don't necessarily know if that means she's going to show up. It looks like many people have mentioned, this is all going to be part of Reir's backstory. Interestingly, I don't know if you guys can see this. Ether is over here in the corner. And there's no Paimon in sight. So this is another one of those instances where, like, the traveler goes off by themselves in a place where they don't want Paimon to follow them. So it makes sense that this is like, you know, Colombina sending us through a memory domain or something similar to that. You know what I mean? Like, you know how we went through, did you guys do Skirk's story quest? I'm going to assume that you did Skirk's story quest. That was a while ago. But in her quest, without spoiling too much, you basically get to enter a domain that is her brain. And you get to, like, navigate it physically and, like, talk to her and other parts of herself in it and interact with her own memories. So, like, to me, that feels like what they're doing here. Also, can we even call this a chessboard? Like, I'm asking genuinely, like, can we call this a chessboard? Because, like, these are not chess pieces. Like, what are we playing? What kind of chess is this? Looks like bathroom tiles. Yeah, like this, it feels like a game board for sure. But does this not feel more like a Dungeons and Dragons style game board instead? Like just a grid where you would put down figurines and then like put little models of buildings and stuff like that? Like, doesn't it? I don't know, it feels like that to me. It just doesn't feel like chess. So I'm going to call these game pieces. Now, I do think it's interesting that Dane is here, but Vetter is the one who we hear talking.
I did indeed.
I wanted to comment on this piece. Unless this is Vetter. If it is, then I have some crack theories about Vetter, which I don't think I'm going to share. I'll just get people mad at me. But I will say that if this is Vetter here, because I think Horoptatir is the one that's missing, because this should be Reier, right? Because his weapon, his Stygian onslaught weapon was Garm. Or, like, based on Garm, I think. Like, the fetters. No, that was Barnstalker. Wait, who had Garm? Oh, Vetterfulnir had Garm. Right? Hold on. Didn't Vetterfulnir have Garm? If so, that would be twice as funny. That would mean this is Horoptatir. And that there's no Reier here. Right? Oh, Gold has to be the unicorn. She makes sense to be the unicorn. Also because she describes DURIN's brother as like the one-horned horse or something like that. So if she's, already putting herself in unicorn territory with that, then I think that makes perfect sense that she's the unicorn here. Gleipnir, yeah. But then that would mean this is Horoptatyr, yeah? Because it would be Dane. Because this can't be Reier. No, this has to be Reier. You know why? Because I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Yeah. You can, hold on. Let's see if I can get a good shot of this thing. Okay, I do want to talk about DURIN and everybody else, I promise. We'll get there. I was trying to get a good shot of, I was trying to get a good shot of Reir's weapon, but it looks just like that chess piece. It's like a giant sickle. Yeah, whoa. Oh. This is probably about as good as I'll get, honestly. Yeah, you guys see this? You see how it's like this moon and there's like spikes in it? Oh, here's a decent one. I don't know if there's a better shot of this later on. But like this, to me, this weapon of his looks way too much like that part around the wolf. Also, in Norse mythology, the wolves were supposed to swallow the moon, right? Skull and Hati were supposed to swallow the sun and moon. So it would make sense to me if Reier, the moon hunter, is represented by a wolf with his like sickle blade thing. Oh, yeah. Okay, that was a good shot. Okay, you can see it really well here. It's basically like a moon with a bunch of spikes on it. And then if you go and you compare that to the chess piece, right? Like that's pretty on the nose, right? Yeah. So this would be Reier. This should be Sertology, I think, because this does look like his sword. Let's see if we can get a different angle of it. Come on. Oh, I'm trying to get a different angle of it. Here we go. To me, the sword does look like Sertology's sword, but I guess that could be Horoptatyr. Because Sertology did kind of bounce. But that means this would be Vedrfolnir or... This is either Vedrfolnir or Horoptatyr. But if this is Vedrfolnir, because I think it looks bird-like to me, but I think it's really funny if it's a bird with a red mask, because that just makes me think of DESHRET again, and we just had a whole discussion. Well, we didn't just have this discussion, but when we first met the quote-unquote sinner, before we knew he was Vedrfolnir, it was worth pointing out that DESHRET turned into a violet crystal that got sealed underground that looked just like that crystal. So it would be really funny if Vedrfolnir then also stole some of DESHRET's visual characteristics. Because, like, yes, he's usually shown as like a black sun with an eye on it. But like if you look at stuff inside of the tombs, it's full of those birds with the very specific mask. Like these with like the red markings on them. So I just think that would be really funny. I think it'd be super funny. That is not to say they're the same person, but I think it'd be really funny if they're like self-referential. However, there is a possible this is actually a mask instead. It's just really hard to see. Who's the statue, though? This one? That's Dane. Did someone translate the text? You mean the DESHRET text? It doesn't say anything interesting. I can show you. This is interesting, though. Because this, see, one of the reasons why I don't think this is a chessboard and why it looks more like a D&D board or something like that to me is because these tiles flip over and they change into other things. And then, like, you can see that, like, different sequences of dots line up as well.
I did indeed lose my power to see the future.
And then you've got arrows on it. So, like, if you step here, it goes shoo, right onto this spot. Like, you see what I mean? Like, this is like a whole different... This is not... This is like a Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced style map. Okay, we say cubes, but purple. These are Gosoithoth cubes. Do you know what I mean? I'll show you. Do you see this pattern? It should look super familiar. It should look super familiar because this is the little swirly diamond pattern that Gosoithoth has. So these are like... What if it's Jumanji? That'd be so funny. Super funny. Don't tell me they're going to use these game pieces to narrate River's backstory. Goodness. I don't think so. I think part of it, I mean, definitely part of it, because like I said, you can see Ether over here in the corner, just kind of like chilling. Like he's listening in on this conversation. So like, I'm sure that some of it will be like 3D models of characters. And then some of it is going to be like representations of it. Although, I wonder if we're actually going to have to play this game. Because, like, if you look over here, let's see if it'll... I don't know if it'll come into focus. Okay. So, you see... You see how these tiles here have these green bits that light up on them? How they're just, like, coming up out of the ground and, like, changing the whole terrain. Hold on. If you look over here, we have the exact same thing. So, like, if we have to navigate this whole dream space, like, it's possible we have to move things around onto certain positions on the board in order to unlock pathways to get across. Anyway. They look like Abyssal Asmodee cubes? Yeah, that's kind of the point. These are Gosoithoth cubes. They're Abyss cubes. Like, it has Gosoithoth's patterns on it. You guys remember that thing, right? Oh, yeah. See, this thing's already made up of all these cubes. Like, the Abyss was already cubes. Look, you can even see the little diamondy patterns and everything on it. You see what I mean? You know, now that I look at it, it kind of looks like a sun with an eclipsed moon and then tree branches coming out of the middle of it. I'm sure that doesn't mean anything. The cutscene right before he transforms has a symbol perfectly. I don't know where that is. I'm sure we'll find it. I'm sure we'll find it. We'll find it. Abyss Colombina. I mean, it's possible. It is possible. The thing is like we already know that there is a fourth unborn moon and that the body of that moon became Nod Cry, right? So it is possible that some part of the abyss is an unborn moon wanting to be born.
I did indeed lose my power to see the future, right up until...
Vetterflunir sounds exactly like I thought he would. I know we've technically heard his voice, sort of, but it was like all distorted and funky. But can I just say, he sounds like Luocha. He really, really does. Not like exact, but like, I can't put my finger on what it is, but it's this kind of like, sassy, sinister, noble? Does that make sense? I don't know. It has that vibe to it anyway. Him losing his power to see, to me, just means that fate stopped working. Because I don't think he lost his power to see the future. I think the future became unstable. And if he's able to see something new, then I think that means that, no, there's a new possibility that just kind of like solidified in the future. Condescending. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. It does have that condescending vibe. Do you think Vetterflunir is blind? I don't know.
Right up until... just now, I believe I saw something new.
Why is it attacking the damselette? What's going on? I can barely sense any.
Yeah, so Reier learning how to use the Kuvaki is something interesting. Okay, someone asked me earlier what I thought the relationship between Phlogiston and Kuvaki is. And I think I'm just going to show you what I think it is, because it makes sense to me. I think it's not this one. I might have mislabeled a quest or two here. I think I might have mislabeled it, or I put it somewhere else. Did I put it somewhere else? Where's my Colors of the World quest? Was I a silly goose? Did I put it in the wrong spot? No, I didn't. This is something else. He sees oh. I think I just did it in one take. That's why it's weird. Yeah, okay. This is what I think the relationship between Kuvaki and Phlogiston is. Because, how do I put this? Right now, we've only really encountered two sources of primordial dragon energy. Like two confirmed sources. The first one is the primordial sea. And the second one is Phlogiston. So, to me, I think Kuvaki is both of them combined. I think when you start to separate them out, you get independent forces. But when you blend them together like this, you get this rainbowy silver, almost abyss looking stuff. And we're going to skip this part. We're going to skip this part because when you come out of that little domain that it eats you into, you come into this. And this is kind of like what Kuvaki looks like, right? So you've got the red, you've got the blue. To me, that's sort of symbolic of having phlogiston and the primordial sea together, like having an annihilation reaction of sorts, and then creating a sort of Kuvaki. Now, the reason why I think this quest is actually a pretty good representation of this is because of its inspiration, which is a Lovecraftian short story called Colors Out of Space. Now, Colors Out of Space is about, how do I summarize this like really succinctly? Basically, some colors fall from space into like this big field, and they just start leeching the life out of the field. And it turns everything into this gray, lifeless dust bowl, essentially. And so people are obviously terrified of the colors, right? But eventually the colors have absorbed so much life force that they all try to go right up back into space. But some of them fall back down and stay on Earth. And so it just kind of becomes a place where no one goes, where there's no color because all the color's been sapped out of it because it's by like the color entity. Does that make sense? So you guys remember what I was talking about earlier with the Sealies and dragons and Jin and stuff being like nature spirits, and when they sleep they restore the earth and their like power goes into the earth and becomes nature itself, but when they wake they sort of suck it all out of nature and like into themselves. That's this. So if you think of it that way, then the Kuvaki is the colors, right? If the Kuvaki leaves, it takes all of the life with it. But I also think that's by design because Nibelung created a space program trying to bring all of the life on his Earth with him to the stars. So I think all of this is by design. And phlogiston is a method of encoding data, whereas the primordial sea is a method of encoding like the physical self, because the primordial sea is based off of the primordial soup, right? The primordial soup are conditions that are conducive to life. Phlogiston is literally liquid knowledge. So you combine instructions with raw material and you would get, like a complete form. Make sense? Do you see that Nuvi's abilities match Nod Cry? I don't know quite what you mean by that, but what I will say is that the first thing I saw when I saw Colombina do this is I was just like, are those Nuvolette's balls? Anyway, someone asked if we're going to get more Lovecraft in Genshin. Dude, half this game has been Lovecraft so far, just so you know. Like Gasoithoth, right? Remember this guy? This guy is based off of the Lovecraftian entity Yog-Sothoth. The Lovecraft references are everywhere, like really everywhere. Non-related, but what do you think will be Alistair the Hexen Circle's role in Nod Cry? I think it's weird. You know what? I'm going to talk about the Hexen Circle once we get to Milliastra. Mostly because I'm going to get off track, and I don't want to. Sintram, thank you for the super. Sorry, it's been a minute. Thoughts on maybe Horoptatyr being Asmodee's new master, given that we know he supposedly is the HP equivalent for the sinners? That is possible. That is possible. Ermin or Horoptatyr are pretty good candidates for Asmodee's new master. I don't know if I have a whole lot more to say on that beyond that. I really do think, though, like the only thing that would make that work is the fact that he's supposed to be like the HP equivalent. To me, that's not quite enough for me to like really get behind the idea, but I think it's perfectly reasonable. I guess possible. Yule, thank you for the super. White streak, red hood style from DC. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? What does that mean? What about Certology? What about Certology? Maybe Nibelung is the one hiding the ship, because if you think about it, the ship is similar to the dragon's tech, and I don't think they told us when the ship landed before the Conria story. Sorry if I'm wrong. I have thoughts on the ship. I had like 10 miniature Nodcry theories that I don't think I'm gonna get out in time because I had to shift gears and work on Star Rail stuff for a bit. Depending on timing. We'll see if I can get those done. DC superheroes, Red Hood dies and revives and had a white streak. Oh. I don't read much DC. Sorry. Do I think Nod Cry is a fake nation? You're gonna have to be more specific than that. Anyway, so when the reason I was talking about the colors, the reason I brought the whole colors out of space thing, the reason I was talking about the Kuvaki and the Phlogiston, the Primordial Sea and everything else and the whole spirit of nature, whatever, is literally because here, Lauma is saying that she can't sense any Kuvaki. The whole area feels like a soulless husk. So it is completely devoid of life. So to me, Kuvaki is in many ways straight up life force. So that's why I was saying that. That's why I was saying that. You mean Nod Cry is a nation that doesn't exist at all? You mean like, are we in a fake nation that's technically a dream and nothing here is actually real, and by the time we go to Snezhnaya, we're going to realize that, oh, actually, we just had a really long dream? I don't think so. That would make no sense. Hoyo likes their dream stories and simulation stories and whatnot. But this is not their style. That is supposed to mean Conria? What? What are you talking about? Oh, are you saying is Nod Cry the nation that doesn't exist as in the quest titles? Is that what you're asking? No, it's all the Wild Hunt anomaly. I know, but the Wild Hunt is the Abyss. The title for not exist is Conria. Yeah, the nation that doesn't exist should be referring to Conria specifically because it's a nation that was destroyed and like just wiped out of history. The Golden City should be Hyperborea. Oh, it's this guy. Varka doesn't look like he belongs in this game. I'm sorry. The difference between his model and every other model in the game is so striking that it's off-putting. Just saying. Icarus, thank you for the super non-lore related, but how many pulls do you have saved for DURIN, and are you free to play? I'm not free to play, but I am a low spender. I do BP Welkin sometimes. Right now I'm just doing Welkin. I don't get the battle pass. Because I don't need any of the resources on it, so it's kind of pointless to buy it. Currently I have, let's see, how much did I have yesterday? I have about 30,000 primos and then like another 90 pulls in glitter. So he's obviously not this patch, Earliest he can come is 6.2. So based on average patch income, I should have about 70,000, 75,000 primos before he shows up. We'll see how far that gets me. We'll see how far that gets me. Possible Klee father? I don't know about that. We'll see. Am I C6ing him? I mean, I'll see how far I can get. His model is not completed yet again. No. I'm not saying Varka's model looks bad. I'm saying Varka's model looks really good. But like if you look at his face shape and the detail in his hair and everything else, like his body type and everything, he doesn't look like he belongs in this game. Cause like there's no other character that looks like this. And it's really off-putting because he looks out of place, because he has a good model. Do you see what I'm saying? Varka has a nose. Yeah, like that. That in itself is like, look, this, if you were to screenshot this, like ignore Wolf's gravestone, we're going to pretend that's not there. Would you think that that's Genshin? Right? Like you wouldn't, right? Like if I did this, and I just kind of like hid this. I mean, do you think this is Genshin now? It doesn't look like it. Like, to me, this looks like Adventurine's dad or something. Kind of look like an advanced NPC. I don't think he looks like an NPC. I like his design. I like his model. It's just, he looks like it's not a Genshin model. He's just using Genshin shaders. You know what I mean? He beat the Aventurine allegations? No, he just looks like Aventurine and Ratio's child. Got Ratio's muscles and Aventurine's everything else. Puts Ito to shame. I think it's fine that Ito is lanky, to be honest, because I think he's got the vibes of like a really troubled but well-meaning teenager. So I think it's fine for Ito, but like there are other characters where it just doesn't make any sense. Like if you compare him to Risley, right? Like compare him to Risley. It's night and day. Absolutely night and day.
All the factions and not cry.
So strange. Very strange, very strange. Siren, thank you for the super on Lemon Icon. The OG myth has him intruding in the court of heaven, while the Kalevala has him intruding on Tuonela. Could the Abyss or Celestia? I mean, it could be both. I mean, it is arguable that they are the same thing. But that's like a whole can of worms. That's a whole theory in and of itself that Celestia is the Abyss. It's something you could argue, though. But Tuonela, you know, it's basically like the afterlife, right? The realm of the dead. Whereas the court of heaven in Genshin, in this case, should be like the ruling body or the ruling authority over the world. So it's they're a little different in that way. But you could also argue that in Genshin, they could have done both. You know? Genshin's Lemon Icon could have done both. Why do I keep saying Lemon Icon? It's Lemminkainen. I had to re-record 15 instances of me saying that name in that script because I kept saying Lemon Icon instead of Lemminkainen. Ridiculous. Actually ridiculous. Actually ridiculous. Lemon Icon. Pohola, I don't necessarily think is the Abyss proper because Pohola is sometimes the same as Tuonela. It just kind of depends because they're border nations. or like their bordering lands, so to speak. So you can argue that they are both the land of the dead, but like Pohjola is generally considered like a northern land that you can physically go to, whereas Tuonela is like literally the afterlife. It could be a situation where like Tuonela, the afterlife, is located in an icy land in the north, but like I wouldn't say that Tuonela is the afterlife and then Pohjola is the abyss, because in this case Pohjola should be Snezhnaya. So unless you want to argue that Snezhnaya is the abyss, I'm not really sure, but it's a little tricky because Genshin doesn't always use mythological terms in a straightforward way. How's that? Does the abyss make someone evil? Skirk doesn't seem to be evil. No, it doesn't make someone evil. Think of it this way. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. But not all people who have power are bad, and not all power is used for evil. It's basically what Skirk says, right? The abyss is just another tool. If you learn how to use it, you can use it for both good and evil. But it itself is just a tool. A hammer can be used as a weapon, but it can also be used as a tool to build something. The hammer itself is not inherently evil. Noxus, someone on Twitter said that Diluc looks like a Labubu in comparison. Oh no. Dilulu. Dilububu. Dibubu. Dibubu. I feel bad for Diluc. He already had a questionable model before they got him a new skin, and even then, poor guy. They're really asking us to suspend our disbelief every time we see him. And he's supposed to be like the heartthrob of Mondstadt. Really asking us to suspend our disbelief on that one. Very much so. Nicholas, thank you for the super. When was Colombina born? Was it 500 or 3,000 years ago? I feel like there's a lot of conflicting info with her birth and also why she joined the Fatui. Would have been 500 years ago. Reason being because her birth happened during or shortly after the Cataclysm. So, has to be 500 years ago. It could be like within a decade or two of that, obviously. Like there's always some room for flex. Like, obviously, like Wanderer was born because of the Cataclysm, but like he could have been born anywhere from like 500 to 450-ish years ago. He doesn't have to be like there's always a bit of a window there. But more 500 than 3,000. It wouldn't have been 3,000. I think it would be very difficult to argue for her being born 3,000 years ago. Do you think Colombina will turn evil? No. But the moons died long before that? Yeah, but that's not... Okay. Okay, hold on. All right, listen. Colombina is 500 years old. Ish, give or take. The moons are thousands of years old. But Colombina is like Nahida. Right? Colombina is like Nahida. Rukkhadevata is thousands of years old. Nahida is 500 years old. Same thing with Colombina. The frost moon, thousands of years old. Colombina, 500 years old. Exactly the same thing. Or a 2,600-year-old egg that hatched 500 years ago. Yes. That is also a valid interpretation. You could say that she was inside of an egg for thousands of years and didn't hatch until 500 years ago. At which point, I would still argue that she's 500 years old. Do we know why Reier is attacking Colombina? He's a moon hunter. It's in his name. What do you expect him to do? Um, but why he do that? Oh my god. Well, okay. In the last quest, right? Reier was using the Kuvaki to sort of like allow himself to be rebuilt. Now, you guys remember what I said about Kuvaki sort of being like the power of life, right? Half phlogiston, half primordial sea. That is a theory, yes, but like anecdotally or thematically, even, just, you know, it works. So you combine these forces, you have an absolute force of life. If he learns how to manipulate this life force, then he can sort of counteract the infinite death that he seems to experience. As his body has been scattered throughout the wild hunt into the abyss, and he's like all fragmented and stuff, he needs a way to put himself back together. If he takes advantage of this power of life, which is the Kuvaki that he's learning how to manipulate, then he can rebuild his own body and potentially anything else that he wants. So if you look at the sinners themselves, they seem to want to defy the authority that they possess in a lot of ways, or at least they want to exploit it in some way. So the way I see it, I think Reier wants to conquer death. So in the same way that a shade of death can curse you with not dying, I think Reier is trying to do something quite similar. Does Reier still have the curse of immortality or not? I would argue that none of the sinners have it. Maybe that's a bit of a hot take because I guess Dane kind of has it. But I feel like Dane's curse is just different. You know, like it's not... It's just different. And I think it's different because the sinners split the power between them. We know Sertology doesn't have it for fact. Right, because he undid it on himself. He was just like, yeah, so I just gotta like, got rid of it. Do you want me to get rid of it for you? I can do that. Like he's just said that straight up. And if Sertology can do that, then the other ones obviously can. The thing about Dainsleif is that his situation is just odd because he's not really one of the sinners, but he was supposed to be. But he also is supposed to like have his memory erode over time, but like Vetterfilnir's like, here's a ring that will prevent you from having that happen, right? So I feel like we can't think of the sinners in terms of the curse of immortality. And Rhine became a shade. She ate Nabarius. You are what you eat. She ate a shade. She became a shade. You know, if I eat an apple, I become an apple. That's how it works. Clotar also dead, even though he was cursed. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think Renova's powers are technically absolute. Like, they can obviously be, you know, overrun or overwritten. Are you about to become some Priggles? Yeah, you're about to become tubular. If Reier is death, Rhine is life, what are the other sinners? Vetterfilnir is time, Sertology is space, and Horoptatyr is logos. Dainsleif was supposed to split this abyssal power with the rest of them, and he didn't. So Dane is in a really weird position where it seems like he might have a curse of immortality, but also might be the curse of the wilderness. It's a little bit different. Hard to say. Do you think Reier is trying to do something similar to Rhine eating the shade of life? Yes, I do. Entirely because I have no basis for this beyond this, okay? No basis for this idea beyond what I'm about to say. Assuming that this game piece right here is representing Reier, and Reier is a wolf, and this is not Vetterfulnir, because it could be, but I don't think it is. Assuming this is Reier, in Norse mythology, Skull and Hati were wolves that were supposed to chase down and swallow both the sun and the moon. So, to me, the fact that the traveler has the moon marrow inside of their body, they just kind of ate it, but didn't really become a moon goddess. But it's very possible that Reier wants to eat the moon marrow. He's hunting down the moon, you know? Like, yeah, Skull and Hati were supposed to chase down the moon and the sun. Swallow. Yes, swallow. Eat it. Eat it. Num nums. Eat gods get smart. That's how it works. We know this. There's lots of instances of this. Remember? Remember Jacob from the Nartzenkreuz quest? He ate dragon bits, and he turned into an abyssal thingy. The consecrated beasts ate the remains of gods, and they turned into whatever the heck they are now. Anyway. They're supposed to eat them. Num 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 num. Num 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 num. Delightful. For the future, the O is pronounced more like an I won't remember that. I'm sorry. I won't remember that. Because then if I call it Skull and Hati, people are going to be like, what? I won't remember that. Late Colombina with the offerings. How do you think Reier will get his full power back? I don't think he will.
I did indeed lose my power to see the future, right up until
I don't think he will.
I believe I saw.
There are those who would call forth a dead moon's ghost.
It's dangerous being too sharp for one's own good, you know.
This bothers me so much, though. He does sound like Welt. It's irritating. Except he's I know the voice actor isn't Welt. It's I think Reier has the same voice actor as Lygus from Star Rail. I'm pretty sure.
Let's pick up where we left off.
But he did sound a bit like Welt back there.
We will face the biggest crisis the world.
This thing's friggin' weird, too, because it looks like a moon unicorn. I don't even know what I'm looking at. A unipeg. A unicorn Pegasus. Why does this coat look like Welt's? I'm losing it. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It's weird. Although, it is worth pointing out, we should probably talk about this too. Arlecchino's wings and the eye motifs and stuff like that, like we've definitely connected them to Renova before, which makes sense. Power over death and all that kind of stuff. But when Reier kind of goes nuts, right here. Yeah, here it is. You can see the same shape start to appear again. These are a little bit more, I want to say peacock feathery than Arlecchino's, but they are definitely reminiscent. So, however his power came to be, the origin does kind of seem a bit close to Renova's, which, again, makes sense. She's, the Shade of Death. He is possessing some sort of power over death. It makes sense. Everything is Homa again. Yeah, I know. Everything is Homa. Well, that's actually a good point though, because what is the Homa symbol representing Genshin? Death and rebirth. What is Reier trying to do? Conquer death and rebirth himself. It's all connected, you see. It's thematic. The parallels are paralleling. Reier possible Crimson Moon candidate ethnicity? Yeah. I think it's possible. I think it's possible, but maybe unlikely. How can you birth yourself? That's silly. I don't know. Ask Istaroth. She apparently birthed herself. She would know. Crazy lady. Crazy, crazy lady. Siren. Thank you again for the super... Oh, we're going back to Lemminkainen. In the OG rune songs, he's going to Pohjola. No, that's not Pohjola. I don't know how to say that. Paivola? Paivola. Probably. That's as close as I'm going to get. I'm sorry. He's going to heaven, and he's depicted as a powerful shaman testing his limits. That's where he's cut into pieces. Same rune has his mother referred to as the Kave Mother of All Souls. Yeah, so... Elias Lonrod is a little bitch. So, Elias Lonrod is the guy who wrote the Kalevala. And the Kalevala is kind of like heralded as one of the great epics and compilations of Finnic mythology. But he took so many artistic liberty. He wasn't a guy who like took the original runic songs and just wrote them down as he encountered them and recorded them and maybe like tried to shuffle them around in an order that made sense. He didn't do that. He basically took all of these runic songs that he heard and he tried to force them into one cohesive linear narrative. And in doing so, he butchered a lot of the characters in a lot of the events and a lot of the places, and he like spliced some characters together, he like removed others, he reattributed the roles of some characters to other characters. Like the Kave Mother of All Souls thing, that should be Ilmatar. It should be this one, right? But like Ilmatar or Luenotar, is she supposed to be like the oldest woman? I think she's supposed to be the Kave that you're referring to. I think she made him. Wait, he made her. Well, I thought it was Vainamoinen's mother. Was it? Well, they're not going to mark it down for me, are they? I think he turned her into Vainamoinen's mother, I thought. I was pretty sure. Yeah. Stripping Vainamoinen from his direct godlike characteristics, Lonrot turned Vainamoinen into the son of the primal goddess Ilmatar, whom Lonrot invented himself. But she's become synonymous with like the oldest woman kind of thing. So it's like really annoying, right? Because like on the one hand, the Kalevala was so influential that of course Genshin has to reference it. On the other hand, how much are they actually referencing from the Kalevala and how much are they referencing like from original runic songs that they've sort of like scavenged and then sort of, you know, done that mythology folklore smoothie blender thing that they like to do. Anyway, he annoys me and he's a little bitch. And I think he's dead, so I'm allowed to say that. I think I can say that, right? Like he's dead, right? I'm not crazy, right? Yeah, no, he was born in the 1800s. I'm fine. Listen, I'm time blind. It's okay. He was long ago. It's okay. What are my thoughts on the spaceship shenanigans of us being awakened by our sibling, even though both of our cryo chambers is closed? Okay. I'm only going to say this once, all right? Because I don't like the idea. But I think it's time we revisit the Teyvat as a simulation theory. And I'm going to do that soon, I think. Because it's an old theory. A lot of people have posited it before. I've explored my own version of it at one point. Or at least like a small aspect of it, like a long time ago, like in year 1 or 2 or something like that. I think it's time to revisit it because spoilers for Honkai Star Rail version 3.6. In 3.6, you learn that the Trailblazer and Dan Heng, who would be the equivalent of Descenders in that story, only their brains entered the planet of Amphorius, and their bodies are technically both in their spaceship outside orbiting the planet. So, if we were to look at Teyvat in a similar way, which is very possible, because Hoyo loves writing their parallels and loves thematic repetition, so it's very possible that they're referencing other story beats that they've already done or they are currently executing in Genshin, which is what I think they might be doing. Then the spaceship in Genshin might not be a real spaceship. It might just be the world imagining a spaceship that never arrived because the Descenders aren't real. They're just consciousnesses being projected into the world, and their real bodies are still in the spaceship that is still orbiting the planet, which is very possible. And if that's the case, then it doesn't matter the timing or who was in what hibernation chamber or even how many keys there are because it's just at that point like a simulation where you could literally like glitch things into existence because you're trying to fill in holes in the simulation's logic. You know what I mean? So, like, that's where I'm at with that. Like Voyager. Yes, exactly. That was actually what made me go, oh, wait, we might be doing this. Because if Voyager is projecting their mind from somewhere far away in space, there is nothing stopping anyone else from doing it. Seriously. Like Amphorius. Exactly. So I do think it's time to revisit the Teyvat as a simulation idea. And the reason, I have additional reasoning for it. It's just like the last 2 planets that we went to in Star Rail were both what I like to call intangible planets, right? Penacony, for example, was a dreamscape. So you were literally, the entire story took place inside of a dream. So your real body is outside of the dream, sleeping in a special bathtub of memory juice. And then you go to the next planet, and the next planet is a simulation inside of a giant computer system that is also running on that same memory juice. So, like, that is how Hoyo is playing with time. Anytime they're doing time warps or loops or recursions or time travel or anything like that in Star Rail right now, every single instance of it is tied to memoria, which is the memory liquid. And inside of your brain, time doesn't matter because time is the way you perceive the world. So if the world is what's in your brain, then like there is no linear time, technically, right? So if you look at it from that perspective, you apply the logic to Genshin. If you were to say, oh, Teyvat is like Nibelung's memory juice world that's getting corrupted by, you know, dark abyssal memoria thoughts, you could make that argument. You could. A quote-unquote black tide, if you will. Anyway, HI3 had this stuff too? Yeah, it did. I'm far less versed in HI3's version of it. What about Skirk? Same thing with Skirk. It would be the same thing with Skirk. Who is the Voyager? Every lore creator expresses how this person, people, and all the people inside the simulation and out of it. And that's why we need to be a descender whose will revel. Oh, wait. Hold on. I just read 2 messages because the chat jumped. Hold on. Who is Voyager? Every lore creator expresses how this person is super important, but who is he and why is he lore important? Okay. This is kind of important to talk about. Let's talk about him. Her. I should call her. Her. So, the Voyager is also going by the name Swadervoinen. I don't think we should call him Swadervoinen. I prefer to call them Voyager, so I will. But that's personal preference of mine. Okay. So, essentially, Voyager sounds like a memo keeper from Star Rail. So, she was basically an entity in space who was projecting her body and recording all of this stuff that was going on throughout the universe. And eventually she came upon Nibelung and his little world, and she was so enamored with that world that she decided to interfere a little bit and warn him about these upcoming disasters that he may be facing. And she even invited him to go traveling through space with her because she didn't want him to perish because his will was so beautiful and enticing that she was just like, I can't let you die. But he didn't want to abandon the world. So Voyager was like, okay, well, I'll check in on you later. So she goes off on her own, and then Nibelung's like, well, if a big disaster is coming to threaten my planet, and I love my planet very much, then maybe I should take my planet with me. So he goes to all of the dragon sovereigns and says, hey, we're going to space. And so there's a whole space program that gets launched throughout the dragon civilization. And he creates the 3 moons, and technically a 4th that never got finished, so it never got raised into the sky. And then he left the moons in charge while he went off to sort of investigate the abyss to see what he was up against, right? So he's like, okay, Shweekwaddle, you're in charge of this, of the space shuttles, and Nicolette, you're in charge of like taking all of this information and like putting it down into some sort of substance that we can take with us and all that kind of stuff. And so then, while Nibelung was gone, the heavenly principles showed up. And with their 4 shades, they coerced the moons, basically forced them into submission, conquered them, and then repurposed all of the existing technology into that to reshape the world to better suit human life. So the way I've interpreted this, because the story differs a little bit depending on your source, is that the heavenly principles seems to have been a human refugee from a human planet civilization that was running from the abyss. And they saw this planet and they're just like, oh my God, this planet's got great defenses. Let's be refugees here. So they sought asylum from the Moon Sisters. And then the dragons were like, what? No, you can't do that. And so there was like a whole big kerfuffle, and the heavenly principles is like, no, this is my planet now. My humans are going to live here. Your goddesses said we could, the moons. So like, you have to let us. And then the sovereigns are like, no. And then by the time Nibelung comes back, he's all corrupted by the abyss. Before Nibelung comes back, Voyager decides that now is a good time to return and check in to see how Nibelung's doing. So Voyager shows up again, and she's like, what the hell is this new thing? And she's looking at the heavenly principles and all these humans being like, what happened here? And so she projects her body into the world and takes on the form of a young man. So she changes genders. And then she meets the first angel and the Dawn Maiden, or the Dawn Star, depending on how you read her name. And the Dawn Star is just like, oh my God, you're amazing. Let's partner up. I love you. And the Voyager's just like, okay, cool. Let's topple this invader for your grandfather and my bestie, Nibelung. And so they decide to raise a rebellion, and they build a giant tower and a Hadron Collider and like a bunch of other like crazy devices in order to fight the Heavenly Principles, and they lose. That was the Great War of Vengeance. That was around the time Nibelung returned. So no, it's a random boy. I know, but she projects her body into that of a boy. It doesn't matter if they already existed in a body on the planet or if they made a new body. It doesn't matter. She swapped genders when she got into the planet. That's the only part that actually kind of matters. Anyway, what do you call like non-binary? Like if you have two boys, it's yaoi. If you have two girls, it's yuri. What do you call two non-binaries? I really need to know. The highlighted bit is intriguing. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Yaori. It's actually not bad. Yeah, so anyway, that's Voyager. If you're wondering where that came from, Voyager is from this artifact set, the finale of Deep Galleries. So this is Skirk's artifact. Stop jumping me. This is Skirk's artifact set. And basically it's the first paragraph or so talks about Skirk, who's following Sertologi's instructions to find out the truth of Teyvat. So these are the things that she's learning as she's traveling through Teyvat over her time here. So the first few paragraphs are going to be Skirk, first couple, and then the rest of it is about Voyager and the first angel and how they met Nibelung and that kind of stuff. So like, yeah. Anyway. I hope that answers everyone's questions. Now, the reason I don't like to call the Voyager Sweitervoinen is because this is just their nod cry name. You know? This is just their nod cry name. I don't think it's their real name any more than I think Saralainen is Ias's real name. I don't think that, and that's why I don't really agree with the idea of calling Voyager Sweitervoinen. But I am one opinion, and a wiki is a democracy. Therefore, my opinion doesn't matter. Voyager is Ajax or no? No. So Voyager is not Ajax because Voyager at best is the second descender. If they're a descender at all, to be clear. Because it is possible for outsiders to enter Teyvat and not be descenders. But if Voyager is a descender, then they would be the second. Because the first descender should be the Heavenly Principles. Because even though Voyager found the planet first, they never entered the planet until after the Heavenly Principles did, right? So Heavenly Principles is first, Voyager is second, and then Ias should be third. And then the Traveler for fourth. Assuming we get a real name. Yeah, I mean, like, we might not even get a real name. That's true. It's true. Could she have been a real memo keeper? Could Nibelung have met Akavili? It's not impossible. Who's Ias? I call Ajax the hero, Ias, so as not to confuse people with Tartaglia. Because Tartaglia was named after the third descender. Because the third descender is a hero of Snezhnayan legend. So Ajax and Ias are alternate spellings, and so that's why I call them a little differently. I just don't want people to get too confused when I'm talking. So just so you guys can see, this is Ajax the hero, but this is why I'm calling him Ias, is because Ajax or Ias is an alternate way to say it or pronounce it. So that's what I'm doing. So I'm calling Ajax child and Aias the hero that child is named after. People wouldn't be that confused if they watched my last video because I did I did that entire video in that format. But that's okay. You're not obligated to watch anything of mine. What if we stress the other syllable like Ajax? No. No, I don't want to. Ancient Greek don't have J's. Yeah, that's true. That is true. That's why it's this. Colombina and Arlecchino are lovers in the Commedia dell'arte. Thoughts? I think in this case we've got a moon and a moon's angel, essentially. So they would just be allied by default. Okay, I've missed some supers. I got to catch up a little bit. Carrie 687, what are your thoughts on the Colors of Emptiness world quest? Oh, we talked about that already. In quite a bit of depth. So, I'm going to assume you just got here. I'm not going to repeat it because I already talked about it and it was long. So I'm just going to encourage you to kind of like go back and find that section. Because I did have thoughts on it. I do think it's relevant. Not based on a whole lot, but... Verdian Fox, can't stay as I'm working the closing shift, but I just wanted to drop by and say hi, best wishes and all the luck. Thank you. I hope you have a great shift. Thank you so much for the super. Hope you'll enjoy the VOD a little bit later. It's always nice. I like to keep people company while they're doing dishes. Or, you know, doing the dreaded chore that I hate the most, which is dusting. I hate dusting. It's all this full of dust. So much dust. I have hardwood floors, which also makes much more dust. So much dust. Echo in the Kettle, thank you for the super. Vaki fact. Vaki of fire can be acquired by sacrificing blood, and Vaki of water can be acquired by sacrificing silver. But what about silver blood? Interesting. So, okay, that makes sense then. Because then, okay. That makes sense. I like that. Because, like, if you go with what I was saying earlier about the colors of Emptiness Quest, where I was saying phlogiston and primordial seawater are like two halves of Kuvaki. In that case, if you sacrifice blood for fire and silver for water, then silver blood would get you fire and water, which would be Kuvaki. That would make sense. That would make sense. I like it. Did anyone else understand that, or was that just did I just like explain that for just myself? I might have just explained that for just myself. That's okay. Silver blood, the pure blood of the Hyperboreans? Yes. Yeah. I like it. Fire, water like the Snezhnaya and Varka. Oh, I hate that. I say I hate that as in like oh my god, Hoyo did a pun again. Because if you think about it, the drinking of alcohol in Genshin is always very symbolic of like taking on some sort of forbidden power. Or like it's associated with it's actually usually associated with the abyss, right? Like what you call wine, we call the abyss kind of thing. Death in the afternoon, you know, that kind of stuff. So we need to sacrifice llama? No, don't do that. Don't do that. It's not, no. Leave her alone. Girl's been through enough, don't you think? Goodness. Yuld, thanks again for the super. I found a redirect thread. I think you mean Reddit. Saying some people called NB Hachinosu a beehive. Interesting. Since Yuri was based off the term for lilies and yaoi was based on a self-deprecating quote as a joke saying that the content only existed for NSFW. Huh. So we've got the birds, we've got the bees, and then we have a hive. Got it. Understood. Fascinating. Linguistics is not my specialty. All right, can we go back through this trailer now? Let's go back through this trailer now. Got it. Kuvaki is vodka. Yes, exactly. Kaya might visit us in Nod Cry. I hope so. That would be awesome. I'd be super excited for that. My baby! Look at him! Look at him! He's gotten so big! I'm so excited. I get a little baby dragon. I wonder, you know... Sorry, I've really got bad sniffles. I wonder if Reier actually isn't trying to revive himself at all. Like, obviously he's obsessed with his heart and he wants it back. I get that. I get that. But with the moon marrow... I'm looking at this shot again. And the moon is literally in the background. Like, you see the hands of the abyss, like, coming up and reaching for this egg that's rising behind him. I wonder if he's trying to revive the moon.
She can never achieve wholeness when the world does not accept her presence.
Get Kutan out of here.
That'd be interesting. Yeah, look. Got the moon. The abyss will eat the moon. Interesting. Tholindus, maybe? All right, we're not on the DESHRET stuff yet. I don't want to go there. Not yet.
Rest until everyone down here.
Yeah, it's a much better shot of it. Has the new moon been mentioned in game yet? Which new moon? Because I think the new moon that they're talking about is Colombina, trying to become a complete moon. But I think the newest moon would be the one that's not born yet, which is Nod Cry itself. What's up with characters eating objects that shouldn't be eaten in reality? You are supposed to eat gods. You eat gods, get smart. That's how it works. Remember with the Welkin? Oh, the Welkin moon isn't technically a new moon. It's an empty moon or a void moon. I don't know if the Welkin moon is supposed to be Colombina or Nod Cry itself. Or someone else entirely. The new moon from like the web event that we had a few months back. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know which moon it's supposed to be. I don't think we're supposed to know. The Welkin moon is a money moon. I've spent 5 years on it. Why is Colombina related to Hydro? Water of life. Probably.
Fragile crown was shattered by lies in the end.
I think, honestly, I think it's because, like, space and celestial stuff is almost always referred to in terms of water. You know, like a starry sea. That kind of thing. So I think water makes sense for her. Also because of reflections and mirrors and things like that. I think that makes sense to me. The moon can control the ocean sea. That too. That too. Hydra looks like 3 moons. It does, yeah. You think there's a primordial version of the 4 alchemical elements? It would make sense. But then why is the frost moon related to cryo? Well, think of it this way. There are 7 elements, but only 3 moons. That means either each moon needs authority over multiple elements, or no, it's just that. The moons are going to need control over multiple elements. Or they have control over all of them. And Colombina currently only has access to hydro because she's, you know, separated from the moon. And it's like the one element she can use right now. You know what bothers me is that they say that the 3 colors that show Colombina's power state are blue, white, and red, but they are not white in the game. They are light violet. Yeah, I know that kind of threw me off too. The coloring was really weird. Geo and Thunder are fake elements. Yeah, I mean, they could be. I do wonder about this line, though. Because I don't know if they're referring to this as Colombina, as like an extension of when she was talking about how, you know, the world felt like she'd been sapping her strength this entire time. It's difficult to know if this is about her or if this is about the iridescent moon, which is rejecting her because abyss. Then what are the true elements into that? Earth, water, wind, and fire, probably. You think DURIN is talking about gold? I don't know about that. I mean, maybe. I don't know that it makes sense for DURIN to be talking about gold here. Whee! The reason is there's no reason for the world to reject gold. Because she's fused with a shade. And like, DURIN is someone who would know about the world rejecting him, right? Because the world did reject him during the Cataclysm 500 years ago. Do you think they rushed DURIN's storyline revival, maybe saying that because Wanderer was supposed to have been an important part of that? I still think he can be. I still think Wanderer and DURIN can be important parts of their stories. I don't think they necessarily have to be part of the resurrection specifically. The fact that they are both here in Nod Cry is already interesting in that respect. I'll also point out that it's unlikely that DURIN and Wanderer have met in this new form. So, could be Nicole, could be Nicole. Nox says, thanks for the super. Skara told him that if he beat up Reier, he could stay up all night. You can watch late night cartoons. Oh my god.
Your little game of heroics is over.
She can never achieve wholeness.
Yeah, I just feel like this talks more about one of the moons rather than gold. I don't know that it makes sense for it to be gold. We'll see.
Not accept her presence.
Get Kutan out of here. Running is our only option. I can distract him, so you'll have plenty of time to make your escape.
Interesting thing about Colombina here is that this isn't really like a hydro shield. For all our talk of her being hydro or whatever, this definitely feels like a cryo shield. So. Technically, Albedo is the creator of DURIN's new form. Yeah, how's it feel to be a father brother? that I have a whole lot else to say on the quest stuff that we got. You feel bad that Wanderer has one friend and Albedo whisked him away from him? No, Wanderer also has Nahida and Sethos, or the Traveler. He's got friends. I have no doubt that Wanderer and DURIN will meet up again. I think it makes sense. It also makes sense thematically, but that would take a long time to explain. I think it makes sense thematically. I wanted to see. I wanted to see if we could see these stars, so to speak. A friend of mine pointed out that they make a constellation, but I don't know enough about constellations to know much about them. Yeah, they just look like shooting stars. Maybe that'll be part of her playable kit. Maybe she'll have like a bunch of these shooting stars like this and like give you a shield. 2, 4, 6, 7. Oh, it looks like there's an 8th one coming up in the back. I do think they rushed the story with DURIN too much. And you know, I don't okay, let me reiterate that. I don't think the story with DURIN was rushed if you played Simulanka. If you didn't play Simulanka, if you missed it, I think it's rushed. That was the perfect opportunity for Hoyo to make Simulanka permanent content, to make it a permanent place you could go, a permanent storyline. And they decided not to. And I'm going to be forever salty about that. You know? I think that was the misstep. I don't think the handling of DURIN's resurrection or anything was like sloppy. It just feels weird if you didn't play Simulanka. It feels super weird. So I feel like that was the issue. Nothing stopping MiHoYo from adding Simulanka back. It would be so weird to add it back now. And then be like, hey, if you already did paralogism, you're not allowed to, like, go back and do this quest. Or, like, now you can go back and do this quest and get mini DURIN and, like, play these quests out of order. Like, it would just be super weird because they've released that now. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I understand that maybe they didn't want people to have to, like, go through all of those hours of quests to do it, but they could have had a jumpstart option. I don't know. It feels sloppy if you didn't play Simulanka. That's how I feel about it. You could do it as a dream memory. Yeah, I guess you could. You think people who don't play events in Genshin should be blamed? You don't care if you're busy? It's not about that. What if you start Genshin late? Like, what if I just started Genshin? Like, a few months after Simulanka ended? Like, is that fair? Like, I wasn't busy. It's just the event isn't there. So Colombina is Leila Pro Max? Honestly, though, maybe. I feel like making her a shielder would be very odd, but not unheard of. Do you remember Waiting Wanderer? No, not unless you played 1.1. Yeah, yeah. At least for 1.1 and stuff, like, they did give him an alternate introduction scene in Inazuma when you meet him again. But meeting him in Inazuma has a totally different feeling if you didn't play 1.1. Like, it does feel totally different. It's bizarre. Yeah, okay. I'm done now.
So you're placing all
Woohoo! Okay. So, DESHRET. I am actually a little excited about this one because for some reason, going back to Sumeru and getting more DESHRET lore is like almost a yearly occurrence at this point. Which is strange to me. And I guess we now have confirmation that Nefer is supposed to be a cat. And she also has normal ears. So I'm not 100% sure that she's supposed to be related to a Jin, but saying she has access to Jin technology would not surprise me. Is he finally getting revived? No, I don't think so. She's a snake, not a cat? No, she's a cat. She's definitely a cat. You know why? She's a cat. For one, yes, she has a cat. But also, if you watch this animated short, she basically turns herself into a cat, not a snake. There, see? Do you see it? I'm sorry for the ass shot. But I mean, like, her thing comes out here like it's a tail. She runs like Partiphelus or Cypher from Star Rail, if you play those. And they're cat people. Like, she's a cat. She's a cat. And that's why basically everything she has is also cat-like. I mean, she's got Ashru, right? Her little black cat. She's also got her little chess pieces. Oh, hold on. Which are cats. These are little cat statues. Her weapon is a cat. Like, it's hard to argue for her being a snake. Very hard to argue for her being a snake. Hold on, I'm trying to get this to freeze on a better frame, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Yeah. Looks more like a cat than a snake to me. Is she based off of the Sphinx? Probably. I would have to argue. All right, we're going to go into Egyptian stuff for a bit. So yes, this is a snake. She does have Wadget associations, but I think the reason why it's easy to mistake her with both a cat and a snake is because I think her inspiration is Wadget, who was frequently depicted as a lion. Partly because, as it says here, she was closely associated with Sekhmet. Now, if I remember correctly, yeah, that's what I thought. Part of this association comes from the fact that Sekhmet is a manifestation of Ra's power. So Ra is the like sun god, solar deity, like high level god kind of thing. And she was said to be a manifestation of his wrath through one of his eyes. Who's Nefertiti? Nefertiti was a queen. A queen. Or a fairness. Sun god is DESHRET. Yeah. So if you're unfamiliar, Ra is frequently fused with Amun Ra. Amun is technically a separate deity, but he plays the same role as Ra, which is why, as time progressed, the two deities kind of got fused together into one deity. This happens a lot in folklore and mythology. And DESHRET's demon name is Amun. So, calling Nefer a form of Sekhmet or Wadget, and also being sort of like a manifestation of DESHRET's, I don't want to call it wrath or power or anything else, but like having that close association with DESHRET technology and history and everything else, I do think it's fitting in that respect. Nefertum is a lion god. Oh yeah, I forgot about Nefertum. I totally forgot. You're right. I totally forgot. Yeah, you're right. I don't remember him as a... Well... Oh, he's the son of Sekhmet and Bast. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Her kit is full of snake references. Yeah, but you weren't listening. You weren't listening. Wadget. This is Wadget. Okay? That is a snake. A feathered snake. But they are closely associated with Sekhmet. And that's why they both tend to have a lion or cat form. So if she has snake-like motifs, it's because she's referencing Wadget. That's why she has a Wadget eye painted on her. So, in my opinion, yes, she has some snake-like qualities, but she's far more associated with the cat-like manifestation. Sekhmet being the goddess of medicine and Nefer giving medicine to Lalma. Yeah.
Let the simulation begin. Can't hide the truth.
I didn't see this when I usually don't watch the showcases too closely because I think they're silly. But I didn't notice that she actually imprisons the cores. That's kind of funny because it makes it look like an Oculus. It's like a snake and a cat had a baby, so like a chimera. They have Triforces on their faces. Anyway.
Sethos and a few members of the Temple of Silence rescued Leila, who was out in the desert trapped in a state of delirium.
All right.
Are there in the sky?
All right. So a lot of this text looks like it says interesting things. It doesn't. Or at least it doesn't to me. And why are you not giving... There we go. All right. It doesn't to me. And the reason is because I went through and I tried to translate a bunch of these. And honestly, like most of them are things like this. Where it's stuff we've already sort of translated before. So it seems like... I definitely saw this one. I saw this one. I saw this one. I saw this one. I saw this one. DESHRET is also on there. DSHR. That is how he is referred to in these. I think it's farther up here. Yeah, sometimes he has a T, sometimes he doesn't. So like a lot of it is stuff we've already translated and that's already found all over the desert. So like I'm not focusing too much on this text because like it's honestly not that interesting right now. They're all symbols on the tablets of Alamar. No, they're not all symbols on the tablets of Alamar. They're all like some of them are straight up from the weapons, the Jin based tech weapons that the Eremites use and stuff like that. Do I think Arlecchino will be important, vital to the story? Or will she play the same role as she did in Fontaine? I would argue more of a Fontainian thing, but probably with a little bit more lore attached to it. Carrie687, thank you for the super. Could the Night Kingdom be a fallen moon remnant? It has a lot of swirly patterns found all over Nod Cry, plus Wyab sort of look like Frost Knight Scions. No, because they are the rebuilt ley lines. So if you want to argue that the ley lines are the roots of Irminsul and Irminsul is the remains of a moon, then sure. But I think the reason why they look like that is specifically because they were rebuilt by a Seelie, and a Seelie is born from a moon. So I think the connection there makes sense from that perspective. But I don't necessarily think the Night Kingdom itself is a moon. I don't know that that would make a lot of sense. Nefer uses Jin tech, but she is not a Jin herself. We don't have any confirmation on whether or not she is a Jin. I'm finding it less and less likely that she's a Jin, but she could be descended from the people of Gurabad or something similar. But I mean, like Eremites have been using, that sort of technology for a long time. That's how they use elemental energy. They use this technology, It's not a far cry to believe that Nefer's abilities stem from a similar source, and then she powers it up or supercharges it with her vision. Any new statue of the Seven lore? No, because Colombina isn't one of the seven. Is she from Sumeru? Yes. Yes, she is. But she does have statues. Yeah, but the statues were hand carved from Luna Soul Stone, which is a new thing. The real question is how she got a moon wheel. It was probably granted to her. You thought moon wheels were for super special characters? Are you arguing that Nefer is not a super special character? What's my take on the Tenebrous Papilla Gosoithoth, the pawn on the Sinner's board, having Kaya's E skill on it? Kaya has the Heart of the Abyss. That's the name of one of his skills, isn't it? Or did they change that one? I forget. Let's take a look. Yep, they changed it to Glacial Heart. But it was originally called Heart of the Abyss, so that's where the joke's coming from. Yeah. This one. Did you miss something? Where was Yehoda having a moon wheel confirmed? It could easily just be a Nodcry vision as they look the same. No. Yeah, as far as I know, we don't know that Yehoda has a moon wheel unless it's in one of the anecdotes because I haven't finished all of those. No, you mean is the process of getting a moon wheel different from that of normal visions? I don't know. I don't know. I would assume the process is the same. I would assume the process is the same. It's just that the fragment of authority that you get doesn't come from an archon, it comes from Colombina. Adeline, thank you for the super. Didn't we wake up in Conria, but we landed in Nod Cry? Yeah, I wouldn't take anything the Traveler says as something that's reliable at this point. Because it's really difficult to tell what's been lost in translation, what's part of the Traveler's faulty memories, what's been misinterpreted, and if the developers have decided to retcon anything. We don't know at this point. So I can't give you a good answer. I can give you a hypothetical. But I can't tell you. I don't know. I have my own thoughts on what they're doing now, but like it's like I don't know. Thoughts on the brown-haired guy? That's Reier. That's Reier. They have the same hair. It's just white and brown, but it's the same haircut. Same hair part, same everything. Now, did they say, I don't remember. Did they say whether or not this whole thing with Nefer going to the desert is part of the Archon quest? Because it does feel weird to go to the desert to get information. But it can't be, right? Like, this is part of the event right now. Okay, this is part of the event. The not having story quest things is driving me crazy. I don't like it. I don't like it. I find it incredibly annoying. Right, so she should be the event story. Okay, never mind. Ask stupid questions, it's fine. I don't even think it's in here. Anyway. The cast even... Oh, you think it's Archon quest? I think it's the Leila event, though, isn't it? Because, like, Nefer is in the event. Although, there's Nefer. Lauma and... Wait, who's this? Is that Leila? Oh, no. That's Yehoda. Okay. That's my bad. I'm skipping the Nod Cry stuff again. It does feel really weird. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I didn't notice this the first time. Hold on. How is Lauma alive in the desert? Isn't this desert architecture? But aren't these like the stars that Colombina had? But that's the desert crew. That's wild. I don't know what's going on there. I guess me. I don't know. Is that part of the Archon quest or is it part of the event? The answer is yes. Of course it is. Of course it is. Of course it is. Look, it's the Goat King, the Ibis King, and the Crocodile King arguing again. TCG lore wins again! What power was that blocked the attack? What, honest to God, might be both. I think this thing, our king is such a proud, solemn man in those days. I feel like this is part of the event with Leila. I think, yeah. Because those are the same stars that Colombina uses, but that was definitely desert architecture I don't understand. So I guess we are going there in the Archon quest. I guess that didn't occur to me. Yeah, okay. I guess I missed this part.
Sethos and a few members of the Temple of Silence rescued Leila, who was out in the desert trapped in a state of delirium.
How many moons are there in the sky?
So, okay, the thing about Leila, actually, give me like 30 seconds. I need to let Levi back inside. He wants to come in. Lady wants to come in. I'll be right back. Lady, did you want to come in? Or you just want to scratch on the door? He wants to come in. Oh, hi. Hi. Hi, buddy. Come here. Come here, little guy. Yeah, I know. Always a good boy. Always a good boy. Hi. Why are you all freaked out? Why are you all freaked out? Are you licking toads again? Don't lick toads. You know better. Don't lick the froggies. You know better. Sit. Sit down. I was like, no, don't sit until I get butt scritches. I sits for butt scritches. Yes. Licking toads. Yeah, so there's lots of like frogs and stuff in my yard. And at night, they like to kind of like chase them. And sometimes they get a little adventurous and they won't kill them. They won't bite them. But they might like poke them with their nose or lick them or, you know, that kind of stuff. And when they do, sometimes toads have like secretions on their skin that kind of like act as a like an opiate. Yeah. You love that you had to tell the automod that licking frogs is okay. Yeah. Makes them foam at the mouth a bit, yeah. I mean, they never really do that much of it. They don't like it. They don't seek it out, but like, you know, they get a little excited when they're chasing things in the yard. Especially when I forget to mow, and I have forgotten to mow. All right, so think about Leila. Thing about Leila. Leila's been thought to be a Seelie for a long time. Like a long, 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 long time. Many reasons for it. Among those, if you've done her hangout, you'll know that her alternate personality is called the Wisdom Seelie, or like that's how people refer to her as. The other reason, she's got pointy ears. The pointy ear thing seems to be something that's associated a little bit more with Seelies. Or the Fae in general. In Leila's case, I don't necessarily think that she would be from the Northlands. I don't. She might be. I kind of doubt it. But I think it's very possible that she's descended from a Seelie or descended from the Fae, or that the Fae are just like the Jinn. I think that is the more likely conclusion. In that, like, so we have like moons, right? So actually, we've got Nibelung, then we have moons, and then moons we go Seelies, and then from Seelies we go Jinn, right? Or from a specific Seelie. So then I think from a different Seelie we might have gotten Fae. Specifically the Snowland Fae. Now, Finns is part of the Snowland Fae. And if Leila has things in common with Finns, I don't think she has that many things in common with him, but I know I'm in the minority on that. Then I think it's possible that she could be from a similar trajectory. You see what I mean? Like she could be a Fae-like creature like the Jinn or the Snowland Fae. So she's Seelie adjacent. Yeah, something like that. Now, Leila is named after Leila, who is an angel that's associated with sleeping. This one. So this is another reason why she's been thought to be a Seelie because Seelies are angels. And Leila, or Lila, is name of an angel. So it makes sense, right? So for Leila to be interested not only in astrology and the moons and everything like that, and to have something that looks like moon marrow, and to, like, you know, work with stars when she fights and stuff like that, and sleeping, all of those are things that are associated with Seelies, because, like, Seelies are creatures of the night. They're creatures of the moons, right? So, like, I wouldn't be surprised if we learn a little bit about her heritage here, and that is why she's having, like, the reaction that she is. Have I encountered Yin Fay talking with Lauma about the Adepti? Any thoughts on this moon Adeptus that they're hinting at? Yeah, we know who it is. It's, It's the it's this one. This is who it is. The Adepti they're talking about is like, yeah, it's a Celadon mare. She's from the Moonlit Bamboo Forest, as far as we know, because I think it was last Lantern, right? Was it? We got lore on the Celadon mare, I'm pretty sure. And it was based off of the story that's in Moonlit Bamboo Forest. Oh, it's called Gold-Eyed Celadon mare. There you go. Yeah. So this one. So golden-eyed, just like that woman. Mare would be female in this case. And yeah. So she was apparently also one of the angels and described as a daughter of Istaroth. So that should be fun. But this is another reason why I'm saying, like, if she's an Adeptus, right? Because she's one of the 8 Adepts. If she's considered among the Adeptus, then the Adeptus should also qualify as a Fey-adjacent entity. Right? And that means so too should entities like the yokai. And you'll start to see a pattern as you go down. Right? Aren't the seas of the moon called the mare? Yes, they are. But I think it's different. I think it's different. Yeah. Goodness. Yeah, the Lunar Maria. Or the Lunar Marie. Or the Lunar Sea. Goodness. Sorry. These are fun. I like this one. This one's great. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Are there any interesting lore things in the Lunar Arcanum? We're not talking about, like, I keep going off track. You guys are, this is supposed to be for the preview thingy. Actually, I don't really have a whole lot to say about the DESHRET stuff right now. Actually, no, I do have something good to say, actually. I think she published it. So a friend of mine has been working on a DESHRET theory for a really long time. And I can't remember if she published it. I've read her drafts so many times that I'm just like, I can't remember if she's put out the final one or not. But she had this theory that I quite like. And it basically suggests that we have to go to a... Hold on. If I don't do this, it won't make sense. Hold on. We got to go to the interactive map, or else this is not going to make sense. You'll see in a minute. Okay. I don't care. Go away. I don't care. Okay. All right. We got to go to the desert. Okay. So Here's the thing. If you look at the hypostyle desert, right? The quest that we go on when we go to the desert the first time is called King Deshret and the Three Magi. And there are the theory basically goes by my friend's analysis that there are actually Deshret was Deshret was attempting to build his own moon system, which is why there's all this technology in the desert and all this kind of stuff. He was using the information and the teachings of Nabu Malikata, who was a Seelie who had inner knowledge of everything that was going on in Celestia. He used that knowledge to attempt to recreate the moons themselves, which is why these temples and stuff like that are full of this really crazy technology that looks quite a bit like Irminsul's, right? Like if you're operating on the same assumption as I am, suggesting that the moons themselves are a sort of spiritual computer, then Deshret is trying to make an artificial spiritual computer. So if you look on the map, we have 1, 2, and 3 temples with Deshret's control panel temple in the center. This is like the representation of Celestia, the sun, or something similar to that. Or even, if you want to put it this way, it could be a representation of the earth. Now, you'll notice that there are 3 temples, but there is a missing potential 4th temple. And we know that Nod Cry over here is presumably the remnants of the 4th unborn moon, the moon that never was. So looking at the desert, one of the reasons why we might be going back to the desert at this point is because of this. Not because Deshret himself is particularly relevant to the plot, but his research and the things he was attempting to do reflect a lot of the aspects of the plot that are important. You see? So, was he trying to make Eden or something? I mean, technically, yeah. That was essentially what the Golden Slumber was supposed to accomplish. He was supposed to be able to create a new world, and the interesting thing is that a lot of the stuff that Deshret did was very in line with Nibelung's teachings, or like Nibelung's attempts at stuff. So he was basically trying to copy what Nibelung was doing in many ways. He was trying to do his own thing. So if I had to guess as to why we're going back to the desert right now, without just having to point at the event and like assuming that part of this is going to be part of the Archon quest, that would be my guess. That would be my guess. Wouldn't or shouldn't a pep be like react or take action in a way if a moon-related being or Hyperborean was to step into Sumeru? We did see Lauma in the desert. I don't think so because, well, if you haven't done Nahida's second story quest, then yes, I would say it would make sense for her to do that. But if you have done Nahida's second story quest, then no, I don't think she would interfere. I don't think she would interfere. I think her abyss corrupted self would probably care a bit and might, lash out or something like that. But like again, if you've calmed her down in Nahida's second story quest, then there's no reason why she'd bother. Yeah. In her hangout, Leila said that she took a road that went near or past Lokapala jungle when she was going from her village to Sumeru City, but there is nothing north of Lokapala. Where is Lokapala? Where is Lokapala? Oh my god, it's been so long. The mushroom forest? That's Mautamia. Mautiima, sorry. Zoom out. Oh, Lokapala Jungle is like the whole region. Oh, I see. I gotcha. I gotcha. I gotcha. I mean, isn't it possible that she lived like in this? Like the little huts that are like in Mount Iima? Is that not possible? I don't know. I mean, there aren't enough cities in Genshin or like settlements in Genshin for the amount of people that are in here. I'm just saying. That place is alive. I mean, yeah, of course it is. Those are hilichurls? Oh my god, I haven't been here in so long. But there's like dudes that were in there too. Those aren't just hilichurl huts. There are houses and stuff that got destroyed by the hilichurls, weren't there? That's why there's roads in here. DESHRET is Rottwang? No. No. Not at all. Maybe the little port town? I don't know. Maybe they forgot that they said that that's where she lives. Because, like, I don't know where else it would be. I honestly don't know. They have the Colombina teleport thing around them at one point in the desert? No. Yeah, they do. That's why I was confused. Because I didn't think we were going there as part of the Archon quest. I thought we were just going there as part of the event. Rottwang? Okay, so I recommend you guys do the Heesi Island world quests because they're very important. If you do no other world quests in Nod Cry, do that one. Also because you'll get a free sword. A very nice one, actually. So Rottwang was a Conrian scholar. He was originally from Teyvat, but he entered Conria in a similar way that Paraneri would have, right? And he started researching the Abyss, and Conria decided that his research was far too dangerous to allow to continue, and so they exiled him back to the surface. Now, because of the curse that Conrians are under, not the curse of immortality, the curse of the wilderness, he was supposed to turn into a hilichurl as soon as he hit the sunlight of the surface. But he didn't, because he'd been tampering with the Abyss. And so he ended up traveling the world, going to a bunch of places and all that kind of stuff, and eventually ended up in Snezhnaya somewhere, which should be up here-ish. So he ended up here. And then he ended up advising the Bel-Yi Tsar. And the Bel-Yi Tsar sent him to Nod Cry at one point on an expedition. And that's where he got entangled with Reed Miller and a bunch of other things. So, Rottwang from the film Metropolis? Technically, yes. I want people to believe they're the same person. Why would Rottwang get hilichurled if he's an outlander? Because he forsook his gods when he went to Conria. That's part of the curse. So, people who are of full Conrian blood don't have that curse. Like, they don't turn into hilichurls if they go to the surface. It's only people who have blood from Teyvat, who forsake Teyvat to go to Conria, that get cursed. Right, there was a Rottwang in Metropolis? Yeah, you want to see him? Behold! Our Conrian scientist! Anyway, good times. He's a fun guy. Incidentally, he made the woman that he made, the robot woman, her name was Maria. So talking about like the Celadon mare and the lunar Maria makes me just think like, oh, I hate Hoyo sometimes with the way that they go about. Anyway, I'm too happy about that. Yeah, I know. Well, he's just so perfect. If I was to picture what a Rottwang would look like in my brain, and mad scientists that went to help a Tsar, and, I guess he's technically also a reference to Rasputin, but, whatever. Oh, there is a colorized version of this, actually. I can tell how many of you haven't watched my last video, though. I can tell. You're getting all called out. Because I used footage from this movie. The colorized version, too. This movie is so freaking crazy, though, man. Yeah, this is what the actual footage looks like when it's colorized. Is this the dude who Dottore aspires to surpass? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. You need a feud with Reed Miller, though. Castana, thank you for this super. Earlier you said that Reier is going after the moon marrow as if to consume it. If gold ate remnants of Naberius, is Reier trying to become a moon? Potentially. There is something interesting that they say, this one. So when we're looking at Reier before he became a sinner, it says, even now with the sun shining high in the sky, there are those who would call forth a dead moon's ghost. I don't know if that's actually him talking. I'm not great at differentiating voice actors. But if it is, he could be attempting to revive the whole moon. I mean, sorry, if it's not him, then, I mean, this could be someone talking about how he could be trying to revive a whole moon and, like, taking some other moon marrow to revive a different moon. It's also possible that he's just trying to absorb its power and authority for its himself. Is Lithin Kuvaki, then? No, Lithin would be phlogiston. But my theory posits that phlogiston plus primordial seawater equals Kuvaki. So it would be half Kuvaki. Is Reirer's VA the same one who plays Lygus, or is that someone else? I believe it is Lygus. Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure. By the way, if the reason Nefer is so human-like despite being technology is because she's made by dragons, and does that mean Wanderer is? Her body was made by Aino. So, no. Is the moon fragment below the Fatui Bureau a weapon, and is it related to DESHRET too? I don't think so. I have to go look this up because I don't quite remember because there was a lot of other things to focus on. But if memory serves, the moon fragment that they have is related to, like, was it the one from a few months ago? In game, I mean, when Mahuika punched the sky. I don't remember. I honestly, you know what? I don't remember. I don't want to give you false information. Intentionally. I don't want to give you false information intentionally. I can't spell the word bureau. I can't spell bureau. But that's okay. Search got me covered. I wanted you all to know I can't do that. Um, I straight up don't remember. Bureau, it's French. Yeah, I don't respect French. It's fine. All right. Well, I don't remember if it's exactly the one that fell from Moika's Sky Punch. Um, it might be. My weakness, French. No, my weakness is Italian, weirdly enough. I have a really hard time with Italian words, more than any others. Not reading them or spelling them, but saying them. French I can say, but I can't spell. I guess they're both banes of my existence in different ways. Not respecting French is the most New Englander thing ever. I'm glad somebody else knows this. It is very, very, very New Englander. We're close to Quebec, you see. I actually quite like Quebec. Italian, not Latin. I don't have a problem with Latin. You can use this to your advantage. No, you can't. Not me being a native French speaker born in Italy feeling weirdly targeted. I'm sorry. I struggle with those languages. Uh. I'm sorry. It's okay. Quebec also doesn't like French. That's true. That is true. That is actually quite true. Was there anything else? I don't think there was anything else I wanted to say. Kitty. A reliquary is actually kind of interesting, though, in this context, because the gnosis are technically reliquaries. Reliquaries come in a lot of different shapes and sizes, but like if you were to look at a gnosis and like compare it to almost anything, any of these, there's also I think there's some like Buddhist ones and stuff like that too. They cross a lot of different cultural barriers, but yeah, like if you were to look at different reliquaries and like compare them to the gnosis, like suddenly things start to make a little bit more sense. So the fact that she calls this the reliquary of truth is interesting to me in that context. Because it does imply that there are the remains of something dead in her catalyst. I get why she's a catalyst, because it's a cat-a-list. All right, I'll stop. Do. Where was the thing I wanted to do? Reliquary of Truth, so moons? I mean, actually, technically, once the traveler ate the moon marrow, they became a walking reliquary. How do you like that? Why is the iridescent moon red? Well, let me pitch this to you another way. What color are computer warning lights generally? Are they not like red? When you have an error in your server room or whatever, system failures, that kind of stuff, usually things turn red, right? Like if you looked at a sci-fi, let's just look, not like this. Usually if things go wrong in some sort of space capacity or whatever, is this another AI generated thing? Yeah, it is. These are all AI generated. It's just the way it is now. I don't even know why I bother. Anyway, the point is, whenever you have some sort of, system and something goes wrong with the system, usually the indicator is a red indicator. Right? Because red means warning, red means danger, red means caution. You got to deal with it. So when Colombina turns red, when she detects us as a threat, I think the Crimson Moon is stuck in an error/threat detected mode, right? So if you're in a blue mode, you could be in a rebooting mode. You could be in a passive mode. You could be in a charging mode, for all I know, right? So red can either be danger or warning. What we have here? Dunno. So the Crimson Moon was down at Conria the whole time going, problem, problem, problem. And the Conrians just tried sacrificing children to it. Did they sacrifice children to it? I don't think they sacrificed children to it. I don't remember that. Something to look up again later, I guess. Oh yeah, what was Seat Lolly's red supposed to mean? I honestly don't remember. Paranary? They didn't sacrifice children in Paranary, did they? I don't remember that. They were collecting children. I don't remember them sacrificing them. They didn't end Kanamiya. Yeah, they didn't end Kanamiya, but that was like unrelated. That was unrelated. The Enkanamian child sacrifice thing was because of a bunch of corrupt politicians who wanted to build a theological nation. They wanted a theocracy. That was the word I was looking for. So they built this theocracy around these sun children and said that, and they had to have them be children because the children are easiest to control because they're children. They don't really understand things all that well. So as soon as they got to an age where they would be problematic to their rulership, they would throw them into the fiery furnace of the Helios. So like, what about Rue? That's different. That wasn't to the moon. That was to that wasn't to the moon. That was to Kapatsir. And Kapatsir didn't want that. So like, yes, there is child sacrifice, but it wasn't with the Conrians. As far as I know, anyway. Like I said earlier, the children in Conria have to declare themselves dead after seeing the red moon, which I think counts as a kind of spiritual sacrifice. You could look at it that way, or you could look at it as like they have to declare themselves to be dead in order to enter Conria because it is the realm of the dead. In which case, anyone who goes down there would technically be a sacrifice, not just children. There happened to be an orphanage where they were putting all of the children that came in. But I don't know. I don't really view that as child sacrifice. A ritual death, sure. Oh, this will probably give us a much better view of Reirier's stuff, won't it? Look, it's a moon. You no touchy my moon. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. There's his spear, a good shot of it. Should have just gone to this thing in the first place, huh? Instead of trying to freeze frame it. Silly. Realm of the Dead is in the Night Kingdom, in my opinion. Yes. Reirier's domain looks just like A's. Yeah, because A is a moon dragon remnant. You know, I probably should have watched this more closely initially because I was walking my dogs in the woods when I was catching up with the special program. I was on a very small monitor. You're 16 minutes into the announcement. What? Oh, I just picked a random spot. I was looking for stuff. I was actually looking for this. Oh, yeah, right. Nefer's constellation is also a cat. Wadget cat. Forgot about that. More than one realm of the dead, perhaps. I mean, I think, like, this really depends on how you view the structure of Tefat. Right now, I am personally a little invested in a simulation theory. I said Winnie is here too? Who's Winnie? Do you think we'll find out the true nature of the third descender? You mean like what kind of entity they are? I mean, I would assume so. Eventually. Like, I would assume that the Traveler, or well, both twins and the Voyager and the third descender would have things in common. You know? So I assume figuring out what one of them is would help us figure out what the other one is like. I would just assume that. Black cats are believed to be jinn in Arab culture, so Nefer does have a relation with them. Oh, I didn't know that. Well then! The more you learn. Simulation theory is older than HSR? Yes, it is. But we have a bit more of a robust knowledge base to pull from these days. So I think it is a theory worth revisiting, you know? Definitely think it's a theory worth revisiting. They didn't tell us much of anything about the story, though. All right, well, I guess we won't talk too much more about... So one other person fell into the ruin, huh? They never did tell us who it was. Do I think Belobog will foreshadow Parallel Snezhnaya? I don't think so. I know it feels like it should. But the thing is you kind of have to understand a little bit about Star Rail's development in order to understand why I say it's not. From what I remember, Herta Space Station and Belobog were originally written by one team, and that team had a very specific vision for how they wanted to sort of proceed with Star Rail. And at some point after that, because those were available in the beta, additional personnel at Hoyo was like, there's not enough Honkai in my Honkai Star Rail. And they started modifying things, which is why around the time of the Luofu, the writing of the game changes quite drastically. And suddenly you start to see way more repetitive themes. I'm not using repetitive in a negative sense here. I'm just saying, like, when Hoyo likes to echo themes across their games, and like sync up stories and stuff like that, they repeat, certain things over and over again. And there was a moment when Star Rail just immediately started doing that. So that happened after Belobog was completed and done and everything, and it happened like midway through the Luofu is when you can kind of see it come around. So I would argue that no, for that reason, I don't think Belobog would reflect Snezhnaya. Connor Weinman, thank you for the super. Nefertim also has a brother who is a lion with 2 cobras on his head. Mahes. Maybe some typical Hoyo hodgepodge mythology soup, or maybe not. It would be interesting if she had some brothers. Honestly, I really wanted Nefer to be like a descendant of Siren. That was yeah. Yeah. I thought that would be really cool. I thought it'd be really funny if they made Nefer a relative of Lilupar, like a distant relative of Lilupar. I just thought it would be really funny. What are my thoughts on the theory that Tavad is a simulation that Herta created? I've been seeing that theory a lot lately. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't know that it really fits with that. I would be more inclined to argue that factions of witches throughout the Hoyoverse are related to chronicling and documenting and studying different aspects of the creation of the universe and the worlds in it and stuff like that, which would fit with Voyager. Now, the reason why I go that route instead actually has to do with Gosoithoth, because Gosoithoth is actually based... I don't want to talk about this yet, except we are going into Hex and Circle territory, so we will talk about this. Maybe I'll just let it play. I'll just let it play. Or redemption codes. We'll just skip that so you guys don't have to stare at the screen. Okay. So, Gosoithoth is an anagram for Yog-Sothoth, who is like the keeper of the ultimate knowledge of the universe in the Lovecraftian mythos, right? Now, one of the symbol... I'm oversimplifying this story a lot, by the way, just for clarity. One of the symbols of being able to access the ultimate knowledge, or like being able to pass through the gates to the ultimate knowledge, that kind of stuff, is a silver key. Now, I've been trying to match keys with witches for a long time, and then once Hoyo released Big Herta, and she was literally a witch covered in those black spinny hands, blackened spinny hands that look just like the Abyss hands. Hold on. I have to show you what I mean, or else this is going to make no sense. When you look at Herta, this might not be a great... you can't really see it that well. Okay. You can kind of see it better here. When you look at Herta, You'll notice she has one hand on her throat, and then she has hands on her hat and that kind of stuff. And the way that they work, or the way that they look, it reminds me quite a bit of the hands of the abyss that Reier kind of calls forth, that kind of grabby at the moon and stuff. You know what I mean? And since Gosoithoth is abyssal, Yog-Sothoth is Lovecraftian, connected to keys. Keys are connected to witches. Like, that's literally Herta's whole thing. Keys, that is her weapon, right? Her weapon is a giant key. She unlocks knowledge, right? We unlock knowledge in Teyvat by also using keys and things like that. So, to me, I think of witches as sort of like pursuers of the ultimate knowledge. And to use Herta's own language, magic is just science no one understands yet. Right? The black hand on Herta's butt is triggering. It's protecting her. IX is very Great Old One themed. Yeah, he is too. Like, there's a lot of it, you know? Like, there's a lot of that theming going on. So, like, I don't necessarily think that she creates things so much as she tries to understand them, right? She's unlocking the secrets of the universe. And to me, Teyvat is something similar, but I would argue that Alice, if anything, could be an entity like Herta. They could even belong to a similar group that maybe Herta hasn't mentioned yet. That's not actually the Genius Society, but like a secretive one. I think it would be fascinating if Alice and Herta ended up meeting each other or knew each other. That's where I would start to see connections. But I wouldn't say that this world was invented by Herta or created by Herta. I think it would be more closely... Because like the origin story... The origin story and the fact that there are outsiders that interact with it don't mesh with that idea, especially in light of Amphorius, right? Because if Herta had her own world that she made, that she was running as a simulation, then Amphorius would have been a very different experience for her, right? You see what I'm saying? Herta has puppets when Octavia has mannequins. Yeah, I mean, you're getting there. You're definitely getting to the heart of the matter, if you will. Herta's just Alice as a teenager. Well, not literally, but maybe there's some overlap in behavior and stuff like that. Rulers of the Borders of the World, wasn't Alice also called that? She is the keeper of the world's borders. Or the sustainer of the world's borders, depending on how you look at it. Excuse me. So if you were to look at Alice as a Herta-like figure, then her being someone who keeps the borders of the universe, you could argue that what she's actually doing is protecting a boundary of knowledge, right? She's the keeper of the gates of knowledge, of understanding, and that kind of stuff. So you could argue that. Me calling Alice an entity sounds like she's an eldritch horror. More like an eldwitch horror. Sorry. Octavia sounds like a memo keeper to you. I mean, there's not too much of a difference between... Well, I guess there is. So the thing that would support the idea of Teyvat being related to like Herta creating a simulated world or whatever, which I don't think she is, but it would be sort of like the Octavia thing, because Octavia here, who looks like a blue Carmen Sandiego, I'm just saying, or maybe you could say she does look a bit like Jade, although I don't think she is Jade. She looks like a blue Carmen Sandiego to me. But it is interesting that the witches we've met so far, most, if not all of them, are interested in unraveling how worlds work and trying to build their own. Not even necessarily simulations of them, but like trying to see if they can change worlds, trying to see if they can make entirely new worlds. So Octavia is essentially like doing some really complicated Simulanka style stuff, right? She's making her own world that you can kind of program from scratch, but Simulanka was like a world meant to sort of rewrite some of the aspects of an existing world. Where in the world is she? Exactly. Where in the cosmos is Octavia Mage? So thinking about it that way, I think is interesting, especially if we look at how they keep using this these star motifs. Because as you guys might recall, hold on, let me I think it's in here. As you guys might recall, visions used to have these stars inside of them. And I think to an extent they still do, because I think each vision is representative of a wish. But I would also argue that visions may also represent someone's wish or vision for how they think the world should be. So in other words, visions are like the ultimate form of democracy. Because like if you look at Milliestra stuff, right? Let's look at the Milliestra stuff. Oops, sorry. That's not what I wanted. There it is. So this orb, right, it's quite similar to like the vision that I just showed you guys, Amber's vision, the proto visions. So if you're looking at like visions being a new version of moon wheels being fragments of moon's authority, moons being seeds of creation made by a dragon god, then suddenly these little Milliastra Wonderland orbs start to make a lot more sense, right? These are like world seeds, essentially, star seeds. And if you think of everyone being made of stardust, that kind of also makes sense. But then the moon wheel would represent what the moons think the world should be like. No, because the moon wheels don't belong to the moon. They belong to the people who've received the moon wheels. Moon wheels just have different reactions because they run on a different, more primordial system of elements. That's all. But yeah, that's kind of like how I've been thinking about this whole Hexenzirkel thing with the stars and the orbs and all that stuff, right? And the one Barbella gave to us. Yeah, basically. Like, they're teaching us world creation, essentially. And they're tying it into lore by creating these little wonderlands, which is very Alice coded, even though, you know, we're working with Octavia. It suggests that the Hexenzirkel know how to do these sorts of things in general. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff, I guess. I'm not particularly interested in Milliastra Wonderland. I know a lot of people are. I think it looks very robust, far more than I was expecting it to be. I mean, like, it has a whole Unity engine in it, basically. But like, and I do think a lot of the outfits are quite cute. I think they've done a really nice job with creating some assets. But like, I'm just not really into sandbox games. So you probably won't hear me talk about this mode much. But I also want to point out that, like, it is interesting that a lot of the out of game stuff, or the stuff that seems like it could cross over to other games, are almost always associated with the Hexen Circle or the Witches or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, that is interesting to me, because it means that the witches aren't just an influence into that. Like, even if this current Hexen Circle or Coven is Teyvat centric, like, the Hexen Circle as a concept is like intergalactic. Which means that we could just be, you know, encountering Hexen Circle members throughout any Hoyo game, throughout any Hoyoverse location for the foreseeable future. You're afraid it'll take away from the normal Genshin story? I don't think it will, because there's no story in it. If there is story in it, I don't want to cover it. I really don't. I mean, this is essentially just, yeah, that was essentially just Silverwolf's outfit with some modifications. Milliestra is a separate game. You're right. Milliestra is a separate game. Honestly, it's Genshin Roblox is what it is. And here's the thing. While I'm not super interested in Milliestra as a game mode, I was thinking about this from like a business perspective, as like why Hoyo would do this. And I think there's a couple of reasons for it. The first is that, as far as I know, Roblox is not allowed in China. There was a Chinese Roblox version that was like in trial, but it got shut down, and then it partnered with Tencent, and then that was years ago, and there's been no news ever since. And so it's unclear if or when it would ever come back. And I have a feeling it just won't. So I see this as Genshin being like, hey, let's create a Roblox for our games. But in order to get around that whole thing where we have to like build all new lore and do all new marketing for this brand new game mode and stuff like that, and have to go through that whole process of in China, you have to like go through this process of getting games whitelisted. But I think the process is a lot easier if you get it whitelisted as an extension of a current game rather than an entirely new game. So looking at Milliastra Wonderland from that perspective made me think about like what Hoyo is trying to do, because they can't just be trying to take advantage of Roblox or make us a more advanced teapot, because if they were going to just make a whole new advanced teapot, I feel like they just would have blended the two together. But they're not going to do that, right? They didn't do that, obviously. So there's a market for Roblox type sandbox games. They already have data on how people interact with UGC in Genshin because they've done all those dungeon building events. They've done the teapot, obviously. They've got a ton of data on it. So they already have an established player base too, because this is part of Genshin, right? So if you download Genshin, this is going to be a part of it because it reuses a lot of the same assets. And so the people who play Roblox tend to err on the younger side. So the way I see it, Milliastra Wonderland actually makes a lot of sense to release as a form of building longevity into the game. In the sense of like, sorry, I have a lot of like scattered thoughts on this from like a business perspective. But like, if you look at Honkai Impact, when its main story ended, like it's chapter 1, and they started going on to chapter 2, they had an incredible drop off of players. Like an incredible drop off of players. Like it was really bad. And it's basically just been dropping ever since. Like they've had a really hard time with player retention ever since then. So the way I see it, since they know they're nearing the end of Genshin's main storyline, if they put in a mode like this, what they do is they attract younger players and newer players and people who may not have been interested in the original Genshin Impact, and they get them playing this mode. And because it's part of the original game, it's a lot easier to convert them to the other half of the game, right? So to me, this is another reason why they're releasing Nod Cry this year instead of Snezhnaya, because I do not buy for a second that they actually wanted to sit down and be like, hey, actually, we do want to like add in all of this lore in this 1 year through these Archon quests and just kind of like dump it on you because we know we haven't given it to you for that long. I actually think it's been intentional this whole time. I've thought about this a lot. I think it's been intentional this whole time that they've withheld everything that they have. I think they knew they weren't giving us all the information that they have, and I don't think it actually bothered them as much as they seem to suggest it bothered them. I think the reason why they've put Nod Cry here is because of Milliastra Wonderland, because if you put in all of these really high-value marketing moments, this big lore, this deep lore, creates a lot of intrigue for new players, and creates this really interesting feedback loop that would really help bolster this brand new multiplayer, user-generated content game mode, and also convert them into playable, main story playable characters or players. Sorry. So I think that is the play, because honestly, like a lot of the lore and stuff that they're trying to do here, I really do feel like it does make more sense to do it later. But obviously I'm not writing this game, so I don't really know everything that they have played. This is my hypothesis based on how I think they're going to move forward versus how they're planning to actually move forward. Because it just makes more sense to me if they push bigger lore later in the story and they resolve certain plot points at a time for the longevity of the story. But if their goal is to quickly wrap up story 1 and then sort of start the onboarding process for an entirely new, younger player base, while perhaps retaining a good chunk of the existing player base, then Nod Cry's placement makes more sense to me. Because, like, honestly, Nod Cry to me feels like it was supposed to be, like, Snezhnaya, Archon Quest Act 1, 2, Archon Quest Act 3, 4, then Nod Cry DLC, and then, do you see what I'm saying? Like, it feels like they were supposed to go through Snezhnaya, and then it was supposed to go through Nod Cry as, like, this side story, as, like, a DLC area of Snezhnaya, and then come back and finish off the story. That's what it feels like they were originally intending to do, but instead they were like, you know what? We're actually going to bulk out Nod Cry. We're going to put it in the front. We're going to start, wrapping up all this other stuff throughout all this other stuff, because we don't want to, like, we want to set us up for a new launch pad in the next couple of years. Because we know that Hoyo works about 2.5 years out from wherever we are. We know that current stories are about 6 months out in development. And we know that new regions are about 1 year out in development, but story planning is about 2 years out. So 12 to 18 months out. So if you extrapolate from there, the writers for the game, like the story planners, like the project planning board, they're already in Conria at this point. So they're already looking at where do we go from here, and they need to set up a good launch pad in order to extend the longevity of this game, like for as long as possible. So that's kind of where my head is as far as Milliastra Wonderland goes, which has nothing to do with the actual mode itself and everything to do with the business decisions behind it. I understand that, but yeah, I still stand by what I said before Nod Cry came out, and like, I don't like this as a business decision, but I do understand why they're doing it. Like, I like Nod Cry as a region. I like the lore in it. Obviously, we've been eating very well, although slowing down would be appreciated sometimes. But that's a me problem. You guys have less of a problem with that, I think. But I have a lot of opinions about games having one very specific, unique identity or niche that they lean into, and they should just try to do that thing really well. Hoyo and I have very different philosophies on this. So we will greatly disagree on this part of the whole gaming experience, across their games for that matter. So if you hear me complaining about things like that, that is actually what I'm talking about, because I don't like this direction for Genshin, but I understand why they're doing it. And from a business making perspective, if your goal is to make money for as long as possible and extend the life of your product, I get it. It's actually a pretty good move. I just kind of hate it personally, especially this part, especially this creator earning system. I hate this. I hate this a lot. But yeah. So, yeah. I really think they were planning on dragging out the story a lot longer, like all the lore and everything. I think it was supposed to be a bit more vague. I think it was supposed to be a bit more drawn out. I think they were supposed to go back and circle back onto old plot threads for like Act 2 of Genshin Impact, like after we've solved one plot point or whatever. Like, I feel like that would have made more sense if you were going to just focus on the story aspect of the game, try and keep it going as long as possible, but that's not what they're doing. So I get it now. I don't like it, but I get it. We'll see. You don't have to play each part of a game, but I doubt players would be interested if there isn't any incentive. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say. It's really hard to say because, like, if we look at like what happens after a story ends, the only game we can really look at is Honkai Impact 3rd. And I feel like that one went so poorly that Hoyo won't do those things. You know what I mean? Wait, hold up. So you're saying they're going to end Genshin straight up? No Genshin 2? Oh, no. See, when Honkai Impact's story ended, they ended Chapter 1 and pushed you into Chapter 2. But Chapter 2 was a completely new story with new characters, right? Like, you went to a different planet and then you started doing other things. Like, they had a full resolution on their original plot points. So when I say going on to Genshin Chapter 2, what I'm saying is that they would go up to the end of the Tevat story chapter, right? The Travail story. Let's just call that Travail. They would finish Travail and then go on to like something else. But it's still going to be the same game, same download, basically like an in-engine sequel, which may have an entirely different protagonist, but would still allow you to use your original characters that you had pulled already and all that other kind of stuff, right? So there's that. You had a feeling that Nod Cry felt different and not in a good way. I actually don't feel like Nod Cry feels different. I know a lot of people have been giving it like immense praise, and like it's a good region. The story is good, the production value is pretty good and everything, but like to me it doesn't feel like Hoyo actually learned or tried to resolve the issues that the players or story enjoyers were really having. Because honestly, like there's the same amount of yapping in the Nod Cry quest as there are in any other quests. The difference is that Hoyo looked at all of these spots where normally they would put like filler dialogue or like, like flavor text and stuff like that. And they just popped in bits of lore that they wanted us to know, which is something they should have been doing anyway, frankly. And if you were to take all of the lore that we knew and just like start redistributing it throughout all of the quests the way that it should have been, then I honestly feel like Nodcry feels like every other region in terms of experience for me. Like it doesn't feel different. It doesn't feel better. It's good, but it's not better. They didn't learn anything. They just threw more money at it. They threw more cutscenes at it. They, you know, gave us all of these flashy things, but like it's not better. It's definitely not better. You don't think they're going to switch MCs and do a 180? You think they're just going to expand on the deeper parts of the lore outside of Teyvat and move to more alien concepts for Chapter 2? Yeah, they might. They might just push us to a whole new planet. Like, Teyvat might just become Planet 1 that we visit, and then we get back to the spaceship, and now together as twins, maybe now the twins become real characters, and maybe Paimon comes with us and becomes her own character, like with the full-sized human body. And maybe Nibelung is like a dude that we go visit from time to time, and we just go to another planet, kind of like in Star Rail or in Honkai Impact, because you do that in both. Like, I could totally see that. But either way, it would be a closure on the Travail story, you know, and it would be moving on to whatever the next leg of the adventure is, but somewhere else. You think people are saying it's better because people hated Natlan? Yeah, that's possible. I don't understand the Natlan hate. I think it was one of the wordier quests that we had. But, like, it had a lot of great moments. And I actually liked the world quests in Natlan. They're among my favorites in the game. So, like, for me, I tend to judge regions a lot more on their world quests than I do on their Archon quests, because, frankly, Hoyo's writing isn't very good in general. So the highlights of Hoyoverse's writing is always in the world quest. Always has been, always will be, in my opinion. So, like, Archon quests are never the highlight for me. So, like, maybe that's why I don't have as positive or negative opinions of certain regions as others. Out of curiosity, what did I major in? Thank you for the super, by the way. My degree is in new media. If you don't know what that is, that's okay. I don't either. In fact, I spent the whole first year of my degree defining it. And so did everyone else in my major. It was a mix between a computer science degree and entrepreneurship degree, so like pseudo business classes and things like that, and graphic design. So out of college, I was a usability designer by trade. The strike didn't make the situation better at the time. Yeah, the strike came at it could never come at a good time, but strike came at a real bad time for Natlan specifically. Like, I honestly, I don't like Nodcry's world quests, and maybe that's why I'm not as wowed by them. I find them all to be really short, and even though they're technically all part of Reed Miller's questline, they're just not that satisfying. I don't know how to explain. They're just like so short, and like I feel like I didn't get to know any of the characters before it was over. You know, like I feel like in every other quests, like every other world quests from other regions, it felt like I would become really attached to one of the NPCs from the quest. You know what I mean? And like especially in Natlan. Natlan is like the example of this, right? Like, we were all very attached to the little guy. And Kukulkan and everything else, right? Like, we got pretty attached to them because we had, like, a long relationship that got built with them. But, like, it just feels like in Nodcry that's not going to happen. It feels like they're trying to do smaller, shorter, bite-sized world quests. And that's probably based off of player feedback, where I would assume that a lot of players complain that world quests are too long because they're not voiced. Which is a hot take, I guess. I think that's a real hot take. Natlan's world quests were short, but the difference between Natlan's world quests and Nod's Cry's world quests is that they had repeating characters throughout them, you know? Like, Little Guy was part of every single one of them. And, you know, like, it was tied to, they were all kind of tied back to the same thing. So it felt a little bit more cohesive, even at just 5.0. So I'm judging 5.0 to 5.0. Or sorry, 5.0 to 6.0. Or 5.0 to Luna 1, I guess, if you want to be silly. I still think this naming convention is silly. But also, the whole hypothesis I pitched about the whole Milliastra Wonderland being like a new method of customer acquisition for younger players that they intend to migrate over to the main game and stuff like that to keep them playing for a long period of time. That whole theory, I lost my train of thought mid-sentence. What was I gonna say? My brain was just like, nope, you can't share that hypothesis. Now I don't remember. Oh well. That happens. I'll remember eventually. Reed Miller is the repeating character, yeah, but it's just like, to me, Reed Miller is a bit like Ochkan, you know? Like, they exist, they're important, but they're not like an NPC I'm attached to because they were part of the quest. They're part of like the historical record of Natland, and so you just kind of like, you know. Yeah. I forgets. Something about Milliastra Wonderland and World Quests. I don't remember. I don't think it was. Sometimes my brain connects wires that are like very far away from each other. And if I take too long to get there, then it forgets what wires it was trying to connect in the time it takes to travel alongside of it. Oh, Luna 1! That's what it was. Okay. The whole theory about the Milliastra Wonderland on the naming convention. Right. Right. Oh, Kokuiki is Ochkan, you're right. That counts. Luna 1, right. Naming convention. So doing numbers, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then you know the order in which everything's supposed to happen, right? And then the higher the number goes, the more you feel like you have to catch up with, right? You find out that the game's in version 7, and you're like, oh my god, I have 7 years of things I have to catch up on? That's too many. If you have a new onboarding process, right, with new players, and you want them to be attached to the new stuff, and you add features like quick start and whatnot, now you can send them to the most interesting parts of the adventure. And now if you advertise something like Genshin Impact Luna 1, people don't get put off by the fact that it's version 6, as in they're going to have 6 years of shit to catch up with. You know what I mean? Even the naming convention kind of lends credence to the idea that they're trying to move away from this chronological methodology. Anyway, Milliastra will have quests, they said. I don't think they're going to be like real story quests. Unfortunately, Natochka fell flat for you because it felt like you knew her for 3 seconds. Yeah, exactly. She was in the trailer for 6.0, and then we got there, and I'm just like, oh my god, this is going to be great. We're going to have like this long quest, and I'm going to like learn so much lore, and then it was like 25 minutes, maybe, because I got lost a couple of times. And then I got her little profile picture, and I was like, oh, I guess she's done, because we only get those when we're done. So that happened. So, I don't don't hate games. I actually really, really like games, and that's why I get so annoyed. I like them too much, and then I end up with very strong opinions about them, and it just makes me sound like I don't like them. But the reality is like, if I don't like something, I just won't care about it. The fact that I get upset about it means that I'm actually giving a shit. You know, like I care that much. I care enough to get angry or upset or annoyed or like whatever it happens to be. So, you thought it was because Shania is 6 in the first trailer? No, because if you look at the development, like the patch number, like if you open up the game and you look at like the release number, the dev release number, this is 6.0. It is not called like Luna.1.11.03, you know, like it's called 6.0. So they didn't change their internal naming structure, is what I'm saying. Have I been talking about DESHRET for 3 hours? No, I actually don't have a whole lot to say about DESHRET right now. I had one little thing to say, which is like a reference to Crystal's work, and I gotta go see if she actually published the real thing so I can share it. If not, then I have to go get on her case and make her publish it so I can share it. That would be nice. Thoughts on the Harbingers we've met? Hot takes are appreciated. I don't really have any hot takes. I don't have an opinion on Sandrone yet. I feel like we need to see what else she has to offer before I have an opinion on her. She's not my kind of character. She's good. She just doesn't appeal to me personally. So I would be judging her on her lore, and I don't have it yet. So it's hard to say. But I like Arlecchino. I like Wanderer. I liked the captain while he was around. He was cool. Child and I have a contentious relationship because he acts like one of my exes that I don't like, but he looks like me and it annoys me. So I have a contentious relationship with that one. Did I talk about how hot and smashable Varka is? No. No, I didn't. I did talk about how his model is not Genshin. I like that Colombina turned out to be a little weird. Actually, yeah, Colombina has been a pleasant surprise. I did not think I was going to like her. I do actually like her quite a bit. I wasn't planning on pulling for her, but I will now. Providing she doesn't release right after DURIN, because my savings are going to be wiped out after DURIN. How do I feel about them locking stuff behind characters? I mean... They've been doing that since Sumeru, though, technically, because, like, Nahida has had Sumeru mind read, so it's not super new. I don't love it from a lore perspective because it annoys me if that kind of stuff is, like, if there's lore that's locked behind character acquisition, that would really irritate me. But, like, as an incentive for owning the characters, I don't mind it. And, like, all of it is basically just in Nod Cry. So it's like, if I have a problem with that, I have to have a problem with Nahida. And I don't really have a problem with Nahida, so I feel like I can't have a problem with Lauma and Flynn's and stuff in Nod Cry. So... Aren't character stories locked behind characters too? Yeah, but like I can read those. You know, they're just text. I can read those on a wiki. Okay, so it's different if it's like quest related stuff, overworld related stuff, like getting custom scenes and stuff like that. I feel like that's a bit different from like, here's the character's bio, you know? Like that feels different to me. Character bios and stuff, it's like whatever. I don't care if those are locked behind a paywall or whatever because like it's gonna end up on the wiki anyway. The line Wanderer says about Colombina just made me think she was evil, but high key, she's just a girly. I think his line is accurate, and so is Arlecchino's. The thing about Colombina is that, like, she's not all there, and that's kind of the point. She is incredibly dangerous, but she's not intentionally dangerous. And that's kind of what Wanderer is getting at. Is like, she's dangerous because she's naive and innocent. It's kind of like, you know how big dogs really need to go through rigorous training because they can accidentally hurt somebody because of their size, even if they don't mean to? It's like that. That's kind of how I see it. Because she's innocent and delicate and like friendly, but she's not human. She doesn't understand things that way. So her ability to hurt somebody or break things or whatever unintentionally, like that's very plausible. I'm not even going to unlock Milliestro, just so you know. That's not going to happen. I don't want to. Creatrix Tiara, thank you for this super. Is there an NPC that you think should be playable? I'm holding out for Jet. Gonna C6R5 her when she comes out copium. Absolutely want Jet. Also want Enjo, though. Enjo and Jet for sure. Those are my two. I feel like the other ones that we have are either dead or non-human at all, or just I'm not as attached to them. So she's like, DURIN, yeah. Colombina is like a big dog. Yeah, well, yeah, I guess I shouldn't have quite. It wasn't exactly my intention with making that comparison, but you get the idea. Yeah, but she is a bit like DURIN, right? Like DURIN had to learn how to be not harmful. When you can destroy the land with a flick of a finger and not understand why everyone is mad or scared. Yeah, basically that. Basically that, yeah. Those are the most... you know what's really bothers me, though? The fact that Harbingers are still theoretically ranked by strength. That still really bothers me. Because what do you mean a moon goddess is ranked lower than a mad scientist from Sumeru? What? What do you mean? Anyway. Are we behind? You guys are always about like 20 seconds behind me. Like 15, 20 seconds behind me. So yes. Okay. I don't think I have anything else to add. I think that's all I had to add to start. I do want to do one more lore stream before the next patch comes out. Partly because I still have a lot of exploring to do to collect stuff. Not just in Nodcry, but also at the Easy Breezy Resort, because I didn't finish exploring there. I explored enough to get the limited rewards, and then I didn't finish. I got really busy. So yeah. If you have any last minute questions, here's your final call. Because I don't have anything else. Oh my god, I forgot Senora existed. You would like more playable melazines? That could be fun. Mad scientist is a proven danger. Moon goddess is just a possible danger. That's fair. That's fair. But then what about the captain? He's just a random Conrian captain. Are you the only one whose audio keeps cutting out? Oh dear. If my audio's been cutting out this whole time, that would be awful. I would feel really bad. No one said anything, so I thought it was fine this time. Did I get the 3 notes from the Bakunawa? Yes. We are not an organ harvest. Oh my god. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. We are not an organ harvest operation, trust me, bro. Also, congratulations for having the strangest username I have ever encountered on chat. Can I talk a little bit about Enjo? Well, what do you want to know? You know, I actually thought for a while before I had pieced together all of Heesi Island's lore, I thought Enjo might be Rottwang at first because he was a Conrian scholar. He got exiled. He started wandering around the world, seeing all of these, you know, different events that happened, historical events. And he's a scribe recording things and whatnot. And when we encountered Enjo, with the Bakunawa, like he had like a similar story. It's like, oh my god, wait, is this Enjo? Is Enjo Rottwang? And then it wasn't. But that would have been really cool. That would have been a fun twist. But it's not true. Don't think that it is. It's not, I promise. I promise it's not. Enjo is an interesting option that they keep bringing back. I am curious about what they're going to do with him because, like, he's one of the longest running recurring NPCs that we've ever had. He's been around since version 2, you know, and he's been in multiple nations at this point. And he's even had an appearance with the Abyss sibling. He has voice acting. He was our White Day. Excuse me. He was one of our White Day illustrations. And he even has like an April Fool's drip marketing animation trailer thingy. So like there has to be something they're planning to do with him. There has to be some sort of crazy payoff with Enjo. I would imagine that out of all of the NPCs we've encountered, Enjo's probably the one that is most likely to show up in an Archon quest in a meaningful way. Not like how Bana showed up. Like I know Bana showed up in a lot of other NPCs did too in Natlan when we were kind of like going to face the Gosoithoth, right? And that's not what I mean. I don't mean just like a little cameo kind of thing, like if you completed the quest, here you go. But more like if like he'll be like present with the Abyss sibling somewhere at some point for like a council meeting or whatever. Oh. Sorry, you guys are a little bit farther behind me than usual, I think. Is it getting worse? Is it getting worse? Is it still stuttering? What about Liben? Liben doesn't show up in quests, though. Liben is just an event. Well, if we're having technical difficulties and my audio is cutting out, then I will then I will probably call it. The audio's been stuttering and no one's told me this whole time. That's so mean. You know what the problem is? The problem's probably that. NJOS Horoptetyr would be the funniest thing, though. That would be so funny. That would be so funny. All right. In that case, since we're having some small technical difficulties, I'll call it here. I feel like I got to troubleshoot some of this internet issue stuff. Not a whole lot I can do about it, but you know. I would even if the video stutters a bit, I would at the very least like to have the audio be a smoother experience. So if that's giving you guys trouble, I got to figure out what's going on with that. But Sci-Fi Games, thank you for this super. Imagine that Colombina world interaction just being her forcing Capitano to salute both as a Fatui and because Lord of the Night. That would be kind of funny. I'd like to see them interact. If only because Capitano has a relationship to, you know, Conria, but like moon worshipping kind of thing. Not even moon worshipping, just like the whole crimson moon, iridescent moon kind of thing. He would have had like a cultural relationship with the moon in Conria. So I would be curious to find out like what his relationship with Colombina was like, rather. That would be really interesting. Castana, thank you for this super. Have I played Hades 2? No, I haven't. I haven't even played Hades 1. I've watched other people play it, though. Oh, wow. You guys are actually way farther behind me than I thought you were. You guys are like 30 seconds behind me. That's quite a lot. Huh. You think it's more of a YouTube problem than a stream problem? It's hard to say. I'll troubleshoot a bit between now and the next stream and see if I can't smooth out some of the issues. I would like the audio at least to be good. So we'll see. It might be a YouTube thing. We'll see. Anyway, I'm gonna head out now. We'll do like a regular stream soonish. My next videos aren't gonna be Genshin. I'm gonna do one Zenless video for ZZZ, and then I've got a Star Rail video, and I don't know if I'll get one more Genshin video in before the new patch drops. That won't stop me from trying, but you know, we'll see. Anyway, thank you guys so much for showing up and chilling. I hope it was entertaining. Have I done the Nodcry World Quests? Yes, I would not be able to do videos about them if I haven't done them. What if Rottwang is Reier? Now that would be a twist. That would be quite the twist. Nope, you're about 30 seconds behind. Yeah. Okay. That was about as long as it took me to mention ZZZ and for someone to respond to it. So, okay, that's also a bit longer. You guys are usually like 10 seconds behind me, so something's funky. I'll figure it out. But yeah, so thank you guys for showing up. I'll catch you guys